Kindly be seated. Good morning, esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty members, distinguished guests, and my dear students.
On behalf of St. Joseph's Institute of Management, in collaboration with Regis University, it is our privilege to welcome you all to the inauguration of UTKARSH 2026, the annual leadership conference of SJIM. These are your MCs for the day, Kim Fenwick
and Shiny Pinto. UTKARSH 2026 is the 8th international conference, and this year's theme focuses on charting the future, AI, ethics, and leadership and inspiration.
This two-day international conference will witness researchers, doctoral students, academicians, industry practitioners, and master's degree students presenting theoretical, empirical research work, case studies, and industry notes in the domain of AI, ethics, and resilience. Today, we will deal with a series of industry speakers which conclude with a panel discussion by 4 exceptional industry specialists. On the second day, we will witness 48 papers presented under 7 research tracks in the hybrid mode.
To mark the auspicious beginning of this event, we now invite our dignitaries, Reverend Dr. Roshan David Pereira SJ, Director of SJIM, our chief guest, Mr. G. Venugopal, Associate Vice President of Infosys, Dr. Rajiv Norona, Dean, Father Prashant D'Souza, Finance Officer, Conference conveners, Dr. Deepika Joshi, Associate Professor, and Professor Rajendra Desai, Director, Corporate Relations, to join in the traditional lighting of the lamp. May I request our student coordinators, Mr. Ainish Ray and Ms. Surekha J, to escort the dignitaries to the dais.
May this flame symbolize knowledge, wisdom, and the spirit of enlightenment that guides our deliberations today. Thank you, dignitaries. I request you to take your seats among the audience.
It is indeed my honor to invite Reverend Dr. Roshan David Pereira SJ, Director of SJIM, to deliver the welcome address and extend his warm greetings to all present here.
Honorable Chief Guest and the keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Venugopalan, Associate Vice President, Infosys, Reverend Dr. Daniel Fernandez, the Rector of BJS in his absentia, our collaborators, distinguished delegates from Regis University, Colorado, US, renowned keynote speakers, Dean Dr. Rajiv Norona, Finance Officer, Reverend Father Prashant D'Souza, the members of the faculty, support and admin staff, paper presenters, and the participants of the conference, and my dear students. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to UTKARSH, the 8th International Conference on the theme Charting the Future, AI, Ethics and Leadership for Organizational Resilience in collaboration with the Regis University, Colorado. It's an immense honor to see such a vibrant assembly of scholars and industry leaders gathered here at SJIM, both online as well as offline. To our friends from Regis University, thank you for joining us this conference. Your presence reinforces the global nature of the challenges we face. Our delegates from across India and the world, your expertise is the lifeblood of this conference. We welcome you not just to our campus, but to a community dedicated to the Jesuit ideals of transformative education. It's a moment of profound pride to welcome you to the 8th edition of UTKARSH. Today, we stand as a unique intersection of human history. As we inaugurate this conference, we are not merely discussing academic trends, we are navigating a fundamental shift in the tectonic plates of global business. We see today that industries, from the high-stakes world of global sports to the fast-paced corridors of retail and hospitality, are undergoing a massive professionalization. As highlighted in the recent industry outlook, the stakes have never been higher. Capital is flowing into data analytics, and performance is being measured in real-time lakehouses of information. Artificial intelligence is the engine of this transformation. In the words of modern history leaders, we are seeing the demise of the traditional and the birth of the augmented. AI is no longer back office tool, it's a frontline strategist. However, we need to ask a deeper question. Does this technology enhance the human experience or does it replace it? Organizational resilience is not built on algorithms alone. It's built on ethics. True leadership in 2026 requires the courage to ensure that AI serves the marginalized, that data privacy is treated as a sacred trust, and that technology is used to foster human connections rather than isolation. Resilience is the ability of an organization to absorb shock and emerge stronger, but that strategy is only sustainable if the foundation is ethical. We are particularly honored to host this conference in collaboration with Regis University, Colorado, a Jesuit university at the US. This partnership reflects our belief that the challenges of AI and ethics are global. By merging our insights from the vibrant Indian market with the pioneering perspective of our colleagues in the United States, we chart a future that is truly universal. This conference will be a feast of academic pursuit. We will have 24 plus industry delegates as the keynote speakers for the conference. The conference has received an overwhelming response in terms of research participation. We have received about 87 abstracts, out of which 66 have been developed into full papers. The authors have submitted research articles and case studies across diverse domains of management, including climate finance, data literate leadership, automated operations, data optimization, tech-driven marketplaces, navigating change and uncertainty, and the integration of AI with environmental sustainability. Over the next 2 days, more than 60 plus authors from across the country will present their research under 7 thematic tracks in hybrid mode. This academic environment will be followed by the potential publication of selected high-quality papers in reputed Scopus Index book series and research journals. I extend my best wishes to all the authors and presenters for a highly productive research session filled with insightful discussions and meaningful exchange of ideas. I wish to place on record the relentless work done by the team, the conference chair, Dr. Rajiv Norona, Dean SJIM, the conference conveners, Dr. Deepika Joshi, Associate Professor, and Professor Rajendra Desai, the Chair of Corporate Relations, conference advisor, Dr. Anand Das Gupta, and the student coordinators, Mr. Anish Ray and Sureka J, and the entire team of SJIM for their dedicated work in curating this conference. Dear delegates and students, over the next 2 days, I urge you to look beyond the novelty of AI. Do not just ask what AI can do, but ask what it should do. Let us use this UTKARSH 2026 to define a new brand alchemy, where the insight is human-centric, the innovation is ethically driven, and the identity of our organizations is rooted in unshakable integrity. I wish all the best for the conference. Have a wonderful time, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father.
Now, moving on to the keynote address, we are delighted to welcome Mr. G. Venugopal, Associate Vice President at Infosys. He currently serves as the Global Head of the Domain Consulting Group for Manufacturing and Resources Industries. He is also one of Infosys' leading AI evangelists, driving the AI Industry Blueprint initiative for these sectors. Mr. Venugopal has advised global enterprises across the US, Europe, and Asia on driving digital transformation to enhance and sustain competitive advantage. His expertise spans automotive, industrial manufacturing, consumer packaging, metals and mining, agriculture, and high-tech industries.
Prior to joining Infosys, he served as General Manager at Robert Bosch, where he led the Digital Advisory and Industry 4.0 practice. Mr. Venugopal's thought leadership has featured in globally recognized publications such as MIT Technology Review and Supply and Demand Chain Executive. He has also spoken at prominent forums such as CII Events, Aditya Birla Leadership Conclave, and Cranfield University's Global Manufacturing Forum. He has also been associated with a few business schools in India as guest faculty and academic board member. Joining us today, his perspective will surely inspire us to think critically about the role of technology in shaping human values. Let's welcome him on stage with a round of applause.
Sir, you have a pointer. audible? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's okay? Normally I have this habit of forgetting my password in front of a large audience. Today, fortunately, I remember my password. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Please excuse the initial setup time. Very good morning. I'm truly humbled in the company of senior faculty members and you students. I'm not an academician, so I'm extremely careful about what I speak, especially in a research occasion like this. Truly amazed to see that you have 45 scholars coming and talking about the broad topics around AI and ethics. So I took an insurance with Mr. Raj, said, I'll be careful about talking about AI and ethics. Rather, I'll start with something, and hopefully I'll try to share some views, my views on ethics, integrity, and so on. Hope it makes sense. So my insurance is out there. It's a practitioner's perspective of AI, and definitely not, it may not have the academic vigor or the research depth that would be aligned with the broader scope of this event. Well, thank you very much for SJIM and Mr. Raj, who contacted me a couple of weeks back, explained to me about this occasion. I was more than happy to be back in St. Joseph's. I have about a decade back, I had some association with St. Joseph's. I came for a couple of guest lectures here. Not in this campus. You had a different avatar a kilometer from here. Well, to begin with, yeah, before that, Rahul or somebody, how much time I have? 45 minutes, yeah. I kept my clock there. I don't have a clock, so somebody can indicate when I cross half an hour. Well, all of you get, I've been told that primarily I have to address MBA students and of course some esteemed faculty members in front. So if you're okay to open up a little bit, let me ask a question. How many of you use ChatGPT or Copilot when you get an assignment? Wow. Thank you. And here is my next question. Ethical? Well, I don't want an answer. That is just to trigger the thinking. In fact, one point I've been thinking when I was driving from my home, I live in Whitefield, to this place. It took almost 50 minutes. If you trust ChatGPT or Copilot or Google Gemini or whatever, right? If you trust the output, and if your faculty who evaluates the assignment as the output, to me, answer has become a commodity. What is there to evaluate in an answer? But the prompt has not yet become a commodity. So, a submission to SJIM, do you want to evaluate the answers of students, or do you want to evaluate the prompt that you put up to Copilot and Capgemini or wherever? So food for thought. Let me begin from there. AI is pervasive, and if I look at, just to set the context, if you look at generative AI, this is Gartner's hype cycle. All of you are familiar with this. 2 years back, way back in 2023, this was at the peak of excitement. All of you are familiar with the Gartner hype cycle, right? So this has been the peak of it was the peak of excitement. Then it fell down into the realm of disillusionment. Right now, it is probably passing through the realm of disillusionment into a further evolution of value, which is why I call it AI is moving through fascination to functionality. Now, matter of fact, if I look at agentic AI, I don't know whether it's visible out there. You can see I've put a circle around AI agents. That is still at the peak of excitement. Agentic AI, there is a lot of hype around agents. An assumption that it's a panacea for all problems of the world, and everybody would lose jobs tomorrow, etc. I think one of the senior tech tycoons made a statement 2 days back that advising software engineers, hey guys, go look for a job. Did you read that? 2 or 3 days back. I think that's the level of hype AI has created. Now, let's look at the ground reality too. Well, 3 globally reputed research insights. Again, I'm not going to go through the details, but on one side, McKinsey is telling that the business value is yet to be leveraged, which means there is a level of hype versus the reality is far away from the hype that it created. Gartner is giving a very, very interesting statistics. I hope you can see the middle one. 40% of AI programs are likely to be closed. In fact, about a few months ago, sometime around July 2025, again, my timing may be a little inaccurate, MIT published this beautiful and quite startling report that only 12% of the AI programs are evolving from pilot stage to actual production, pilot stage to implementation at scale, which means close to about 90% of the so-called pilots are stuck at what we call as pilot paralysis. And the last one, Harvard Business talks about, it's on the technology. It's the people, it's the org, and the change management that is acting as an inhibitor to the leverage of AI. Now, let's also look at software development as a process. I mean, this is where another level of hype I see. On one side, there are people, again, 2 globally reputed research publications I have put up on the screen. 95% of the code would be automated by 2030. On the other side, the initial experiments have shown that close to 20% of the program, close to 20% of extension of the actual timeline, the impact of AI. So it is counterintuitive. It's contrary to the initial claims that this is going to be a panacea for all programs. I Googled out AI and checked what are the challenges. This was a few days back. And even if you Google out today, probably you would come across similar inhibitors to scaling AI. Back at Infosys, with Infosys Knowledge Institute, we do conduct our own internal surveys, and the result which we have recently published is out on the screen. And across 5 dimensions of AI, you could see different statistics. The statistics refers to the preparedness of individual organizations whom we have surveyed. So 9% in terms of technology preparedness, 23% in terms of strategy preparedness, and so on. But more interestingly is the bottom statement. Across these 5 dimensions, only 2% of the surveyed enterprises have shown some level of collective preparedness, which is also very interesting and important for us to make note of. So with this background, a sense of AI hype to AI driving business value, with a sense of n number of inhibitors. While technology and technology evolution is on one part, there are, on the other extreme, there are organizational readiness that are acting as another inhibitor in leveraging the full value of AI. So from here, let me present what we at Infosys call as our good practice, or a collection of good practices, if not the best practices. I'm being very careful about putting it as good practices, because AI is new. AI agent, for example, 2 years back, had I spoken in this podium, I don't think I would have even remotely referred to agentic AI as a framework. So these are fast evolving. So in this fast evolution, as an organization, we are also learning. As an individual, I'm also learning every day. The kind of insights, for example, the kind of insight that I carry today with regard to the economics of AI, say the last 3 months, was not there, or 3 months back was not there. So every month, every week, we come across newer horizons of knowledge and insight with regard to AI. Now, I will not go through all of them, but this is to present to you that to be successful in AI from an enterprise context, it's very important to have a say, very important to have some kind of investment preparedness and a viewpoint on each of the 7 points, starting from value discovery through leveraging partnership. So I'll pick up a few and also talk about my viewpoint with regard to AI and ethics, and how do you inculcate a responsible AI regime in an enterprise. To begin with, value discovery. So I think one of the reasons why AI gets stuck at pilot, normally we use the term pilot paralysis or innovation paralysis, not daring to take the next step with regard to scale and really make use of AI in terms of its business leverage. One of the reasons is the value is unknown. We are unsure. The corporates are typically unsure about the value of AI. So we strongly feel that one of the first steps, matter of fact, taking a step back, these are not rigidly sequential. It doesn't mean that you have to start with 1 and end with 9. You need to have a hold on each of the 9 dimensions or attributes early in the game. That's our viewpoint. While this is not rigidly sequential, there is some kind of a discipline when you talk from 1 through 9, and you need to have a hold on each of the 9 dimensions early in the game when you venture into the space of AI. Coming back to the point that I started with, the value discovery. It's important to identify the value. Now, value is a function of the business value. All of your MBA students, so I would use the term ROI. If you're investing $1 or 100 rupees in a space, what is the benefit that you get out of it, and how sustaining it is over a period of time. Now, value is also a function of your readiness. So let me talk about a few examples. This is a framework that we use at Infosys. This is called AI Radar. So MBA students, I thought I'll just put this up, because A radar is a beautiful, simple to read and understand, assimilate framework that talks about where the value of AI resides. So on the screen, on the left part, this was actually done for one of our clients recently, and we use it in all our client discussions. The A radar along this Cartesian plane that you see on your left side of the screen, it composed of 4 quadrants. Customer through risk. Now, each of the quadrants has a set of parameters or attributes. So look at customer intensity. You have customer complexity, channel complexity, interaction complexity as the attributes. So what it indicates that, again, there is nothing absolute about the numbers that you see on the screen. They are relative. So what it means is that we take 2 aspects to put a relative rank against a particular dimension or an attribute. One aspect is what we call as data intensity. So data intensity refers to the process or the function that you are referring to. Is it fairly intense in terms of number of tasks, number of processes, and so on? More intense the process in terms of number of tasks or number of times the process happens, what happens to the data? Will you get more data or less data? More intense the process, will you get less data or more data? More data. So that's about data intensity. So if you're dealing with a process which is high in intensity, the assumption is that you are dealing with a high data intense process. So data intensity is one dimension. Now, is this data of immense value to me? When you swipe your, all of you have an iCard that you may be swiping at the institute. That's the case with many companies. When I walk into my office, I have to swipe. That's how my attendance is registered. There is a data that is coming in. Versus when a customer makes a call to you or customer writes an email to you saying that, hey, the machine that you gave me or the car that I purchased from you is not functioning. Out of these 2 instances, which data is of higher value? The customer complaint data or your attendance data? Any suggestion? Absolutely. So that's about value intensity. So data intensity on one side, value intensity on the other side. Both are independent. Put them together. If you have an attribute which has got higher data intensity and higher value intensity, we rate them at a higher number. So if you look at the so-called spider like a chart, the higher attributes wherever they are, you can look at that. For example, in this diagram, you have product complexity. This enterprise is dealing with a fairly complex product, which means the design process is fairly complex. That's the meaning of it. Product complexity is very high. That means AI has a higher leverage in the product-related processes. It can be product-related design, product-related services, product-related procurement, product-related people competence, etc. Because product is evolving. So you need corresponding skills and competencies need to be enhanced as the product evolves over time. Yesterday's competence may not be relevant today. That's the meaning of product complexity being high. On the other side, you see financial complexity, or look at channel complexities 2. Channel complexity 2 means this is a B2B transaction. There is no in-transit channel entities existing. Hence, there is no need for a complex channel unlike an FMCG company, right? Which has got a series of distributors, wholesalers, retailers, and so on in its downstream supply chain. I hope I'm communicating and you're getting a sense of the power of AI radar to identify where the to be unlocked value of AI lies. And this is a fabulous framework, and that indicates where a company should focus on in terms of certain themes. Out of these themes, we can have a series of workshops to identify what is on the right. Now, at Infosys, we built this industry blueprint. So what you see on the screen is something that I and my team built for the manufacturing industry segment. That's a segment that I focus on, one of the segments that I focus on at Infosys. So this is the industry blueprint of AI, what we call as AI industry blueprint. So what you see on the screen along the value chain of an enterprise, in this case a manufacturing enterprise, we applied this AI radar that I have spoken about. We applied this onto the value chain and figured out what are the themes, what are the AI themes, what are most important for the industry. And the AI blueprint is colored using multiple colors to indicate that whether they are classical AI, that is ML kind of AI, or whether they are generative AI, or there is a potential for agentic AI, etc. And these are good ready reckoner materials when a client looks at us in terms of helping the client navigating the AI journey. Maybe I'll talk about one more thing when you discover value. That's about feasibility and benefit. On the y-axis, you see the benefit, preferably ROI. I hope you understand the difference. So we have also learned through our own experience that it is very easy for us to get pulled by the benefit, keeping a myopic view of the cost and the expense and the investment that is required. While benefit is important, it's also important to see what is the kind of expenses that you need to incur to have this benefit. Now, incurring the cost is not a one-time cost. Again, it's very important for AI. AI running cost is an equally important parameters. Often we see the businesses probably do not understand it that well. So once you have the benefit, preferably the ROI on one track, then you have what I call as complexity. Complexity, in a simpler terms, is the ease of implementation. So comparing the ease of implementation against the benefit, next is, all of us are very good in 2x2 metrics or 3x3 metrics in our MBA classes. So rest is easy for you to figure out where to go first, where you can hold on for some time, and so on. Let me also talk about another important metrics that we have learned and recently evolved. That's what you see on the screen. Now, again, the benefit versus the ease of implementation is an important trade-off. But equally important is to check how transformational AI is. For example, in your customer service space, today you have 100 employees dealing and talking to customers in terms of customer services. Can you have AI, maybe generative AI, to provide quick insight? Can you have a swarm of AI agents, an orchestrator agent that would in turn work with multiple AI agents for faster customer service, etc. So what I'm talking about is a more of a transformational aftermarket service of an enterprise. So it is much more transformational. So look at AI from a transformational versus more tactical, more operational efficiency part of it, mere automation part of it. That's what is meant by strategic horizon, transformational, more of knowledge acceleration or operational efficiency part of it, versus feasibility and risk. For example, would you dare to apply on day one in a healthcare segment? Would you apply AI in a highly regulatorily compliant environment? So wherever the risk attribute is relatively dominant, our strong suggestion is hold on. Hold on, do enough research, maybe do a pilot in a controlled environment, and till you are 100% sure, do not take it to actual implementation. So that's the other dimension or other viewpoint that we carry with regard to AI from a strategic horizon perspective versus its feasibility and risk. This is a little more complex metrics for evaluation than merely benefit versus ease of implementation. I hope I'm communicating. Is it too difficult to digest? I can afford to tone it down. I see some of you are yawning and stretching your arms, etc. That's okay. So, well, I'll take you through a couple of other dimensions. I hope it may be a little interesting. AI operating model. AI cannot be driven, by somebody sitting on top of the ivory tower and the rest of the organization follows it. It can never happen. AI needs to be democratized. But then there is a risk of AI getting democratized, because if every employee of an organization starts using every AI tool or any AI tool that comes his way or her way, then you are losing control. You need to have the right guardrails. And this session is all about ethics, integrity, and other aspects about AI. Think about the ethical compromises if there are not guardrails that have been put up. So we use a term, a federated AI operating model. Federated AI operating model on one side insists that you need to have a central control to have certain policies around AI, its usage, around what kind of tools are permitted to be used and what kind of tools should not be used, when to use what, who to use when, etc., etc. These are all the central control that needs to be probably propagated down the line. But on the other side, you need to encourage the larger organization, larger functions, especially typical large enterprises. You need to democratize the usage of AI and pump up that energy of creativity and let them try out with AI, fail in a few cases, that's perfectly fine. A failure is the first step to success. So on one side, you need to encourage the larger organization to play with AI. On the other side, you need to have certain central control regime to be in place so that you don't get AI wrong, which is what we call as foundry factory model of AI. So foundry indicates the innovation part, the guardrails or the controls part, etc. Factory indicates everybody can do anything. So institute a foundry factory model that has been proven quite successful in some of our AI programs with global clients. Enterprise data readiness. Maybe I'll talk about two dimensions to that. You need good quality data, because if you have dirty data or inappropriate data, inaccurate data with improper dimensional maturity, etc., your output get biased. So you need to ensure that the data that you use of good quality. And there are frameworks around to check the data maturity, data process maturity, and are you getting the data in the right shape and size and so on. Second aspect of data is more interesting. With so much of digital technologies around, this normal notion to get confined to intrinsic data, I don't know how many of you understand this term called intrinsic versus extrinsic. Intrinsic refers to what it is available within the organization, what is available within your enterprise systems. Now, with so much of digitization happening across the world, you don't need to just confine yourself to the intrinsic data that is available to you. You can access extraneous data. For example, suppose you are managing logistics. You have a shipment coming from, say, Bangladesh to Europe, Bangladesh to London, for example. So when the ship sails from Bangladesh to London, suppose it takes 10 days, maybe it might traverse to 2 or 3 ports in between. The traffic congestion of the port, the weather conditions through which the ship is sailing, etc., are available. They're publicly available. You don't need to pay for that. So the submission here is make use of this extraneously available data and bring it into your insight engine, your AI engine, so that you can have a level of insight that you never had when you were confining yourself to the intrinsic data points. I hope I'm communicating. So look at data not only from what is readily available to you, think big about your use case, about your application, about your insight. Imagine if you are a planner and you have access to a weather data through which your ship is coming in. That's an amazing insight that you can have. because you know that the ship is likely to be delayed, and you can take proactive measures. You don't need to wait for the supplier to give you a surprise one day before it was supposed to reach. I just gave one example. Similarly, you can think about multiple other examples, and all those examples can simply be made use of if you broaden the scope of data boundaries. Enterprise platform, and build a platform that is compatible with the newer inventions of AI. Meaning, today, every month, new LLMs are getting launched. You're on ChatGPT, you see different versions coming in, right? When you use ChatGPT or Copilot or Google Gemini and etc. So make use of the best that is available. So do not create a rigid platform which cannot take these new inventions that is coming up in future. So have a modular design of your platform. There are 5-layer platform structure or 7-layer platform structure. We can get into the technical details, but for your AI to thrive and to be relevant, make a modular platform construct and make the platform compatible with other platforms, other LLMs and so on. That's a word that we have coined to indicate poly AI platform. AI solutions, I'm moving to point number 5. AI solutions indicate 2 types of solutions. One, you need the business solutions. Along with, don't forget, AI solutions are also valid when you build the systems. When you build software, coding, testing, multiple types of testing, all these things can be hugely automated and far accurate and efficient if you use AI. So when you look at AI solutions, not only your business solutions, but also for your IT solutions. AI performance management. It's very important to check how well AI is performing. As part of today's discussion, you'll talk a lot about the bias attached to AI. Is AI making ethical compromises in its performance, etc. So important to look at the output of AI. It's also important to look at the economics of AI. Are you spending too much of money? I'll give a small example. If you use an ERP in an enterprise, today you handled 10 customer orders. Tomorrow you will handle 20 customer orders. Will your cost of ERP go up? Any answer? SAP, Oracle, or you have a lot of systems within SJIM. Today 10 students joined. Tomorrow 20 students, I'm sorry, I'm quoting a wrong example. You have 600 students today. Tomorrow imagine that 1,000 students are joining SJIM. Will the enterprise system cost will go up? It will not. That is not the case with AI agents. When you do 10 transactions with an AI agent, and tomorrow when you want to do 100 transactions with an AI agent, the economics changes. So the world that is so much attuned to the enterprise systems, ERPs, and other systems that you use in a educational institution, etc., are different when you deal with AI. The economics of AI, people haven't yet truly understood. That's another dimension I'm just calling out. So it's important from that perspective. I'll skip responsible AI. I'll come back to that. The point number 8 is very important. I know there are a lot of esteemed organization behavior and HR faculty out here. Many a time, AI fails not because of the technology limitation. It is because org is not ready. People are not ready. Couple of ways to look at this. One, if you look at the triangle that I have put up on the right part, AI to me, which means I'll use the AI. When you use a ChatGPT before you submit the assignment, maybe 1 hour before you submit the assignment, to be true, right? So I use ChatGPT when I want it. That is AI to me. If a sales executive uses generative AI to create insight before he or she addresses the problem. Or a much more robust way, if AI is integrated in a process, the process is primarily owned by the human being. That is human in the loop AI. That's AI with me. So AI to me, AI with me. And third is AI for me. That is dangerous. Well, that can be a little disillusional. That can create tremors in the organization. What AI for me means, I am not required. AI will take over my work. And again, AI is given, and to maintain your competitive advantage, you may have to look at AI to me or AI with me or AI for me kind of a paradigm with regard to AI. There is no walking away with this. So based on what kind of transformational change that adopting to AI that you are going to go through, and you need to have the right org construct, leadership conviction, right message needs to be propagated down the line, and so on. Let me also bring up another interesting aspect. Today at Infosys, for example, we have 14 new roles that we never had till 1.5 years back. 40 years of our existence. Infosys is about 40-plus-year-old company. We have 14 new org roles, such as vibing architect, vibe coder, AI evangelist, and so on. I'm an AI evangelist at Infosys. So these are new roles. So organization needs to be ready to handle AI. AI cannot be passed on to somebody else. You come and implement AI, I'm just going to be a mere consumer. That kind of an approach will not work. Even you want to be an active consumer, you need to have the right roles to be defined, right competence and skill sets need to be identified, defined, and there should be some plan to improve this over time, because AI is fast evolving. So I talked about the change aspect of AI that needs to be thought through depending on what this AI is going to do to my organization. On the other side, to have the right leverage of AI, it's very important to have the right competence and skill sets as part of your org construct. Now let me make an attempt around responsible AI. Let me start with a video. I think the audio is not coming out. Any tech person? Anything else I need to do? Am I communicating, guys? Does it make sense? Yeah, is it okay? Yeah, if it works, fine. Otherwise, we'll go ahead. Or you could just watch it. It's a short video. Okay, this is what I just wanted to talk about. At Infosys, to ensure that the AI that we talk about, AI that we advise our clients about, need to have the right ethical grounding. To begin with, we have got ourselves associated with, rather we have spoken to UNESCO, which holds, which propagates the ethical behavior across the globe. And with UNESCO, we have come out with what should be our AI strategy, what kind of parameters that we should imbibe into our AI story. And that is what the video was talking about. And we did this about, I think about 18 months back or 24 months back. And based on the insight that we have from our discussions, series of discussions with UNESCO, we look at responsibility. Again, why I'm talking about this, because the topic of this conference is AI, ethics, integrity. So I thought this is an important piece from our point of view. So ethical AI will leverage, or ethical AI will come out. AI will behave ethically, to put it very plainly, if you put up a few guardrails around AI, if you tune the AI in certain fashion. And I'm trying to explain what kind of guardrails that we are putting in, what kind of experience or learnings that we have had in the recent past. So one, a 3S framework, which means you scan the environment with regard to the compromises that potentially you can make. You shield the AI engine from these attacks, and you steer the enterprise very carefully through this path. Very, very simple to understand. Scan, shield, and shear. Now, what it means from a responsible AI layers perspective. Now, one way to look at responsible AI is in terms of 3 specific pieces. 1, technology. 2nd, process. 3rd, compliance. Let me take 1 or 2 examples in each of them. When I say technology, technology that you employ, data is at most important. Data and the processes around the data. For example, the kind of data sets that you use to train your algorithm, that's of immense importance. Because if the data set itself is biased, then the output is going to be biased. So there are certain measures, some best practices around how do you identify the data set, how many years of data set that you need, etc. Hope all of you are familiar with this very, very famous Amazon story that AI started recruiting male candidates against female candidates. That too, irrespective of taking, I believe, 5 years data. I think Amazon took about 5 years data. That's what I remember. So despite taking 5 years data, it still behaved in a highly biased manner. There are similar compromises in the case of health policy insurance premiums, right? White versus non-whites in the United States. There are financial transactions. One person has been given a loan, another person is not been given a loan, and based on certain biases that AI had. Now, it's very important to have the right data input, and the data input to a great extent can take care of certain types of biases. Second, how do you put the right process in place? For example, in a risky process, take the case of healthcare. A medical practitioner wants to diagnose and administer medicine. He or she can use AI, but then do you want AI to take the decision, or you would define a human in the loop AI process? So that's about the process definition. Do not let AI take decision where AI should not take the complete decision till you are 100% sure. The risk of even 1 out of 1 million decisions going wrong, if it is there, then define a human in the loop process. That's about the process. I'm giving simpler example that you can relate to. Third is a compliance. What is okay in California may not be okay in Karnataka, may not be okay in a Nordic country, may not be okay in London or UK. The same country, say in Europe itself. So regulatory compliance, regulatory guidelines need to be region specific, often country specific, at times even specific county specific and so on. So this kind of compliance things need to be codified and brought into your system of guardrails. Now based on these insights, based on our interaction with UNESCO, based on our own market experience, we have identified 15 characteristics which are important to set the right AI guardrails. For AI to be ethical, unbiased, show a level of integrity that is acceptable and so on. Now, I will not go through all of them. Whatever you have on the blue color are simple tech guardrails. Explainability, for example. If a customer in front of a bank has been denied an account opening request, she should be told why it was denied. That's about explainability. A logic should be able to trace back and explain the outcome. That's about explainability. Similarly, reliability, fairness, bias, safety, and so on. What you see on the orange color are the legal construct. So it's not only about globally accepted ethical parameters in terms of explainability, reliability, etc. are important. It's also important to be compliant to the region, from regulatory through sustainability regulatory framework. Now, what we have also learned, these guardrails are also evolving. When you are referring to the classical AI, from deterministic AI to machine learning AI, I hope some of you are following what I'm talking about. Little tech terms I'm using. In a classical AI, typically if you get a hold on the data, probably that would take care of quite a bit of the biases and the compromises that you might encounter. But as AI evolves into generative AI, all of you are familiar with generative AI. So that's my favorite example for you. So you have a prompter or a prompt giver on one side, typically you, and you have a generative AI engine that gives you a response. If I am putting in, thank you. If I am putting in a regime, what do I control? In the case of a classical AI, the algorithm was built by me, and if I control the data, I'm expecting that algorithm would give me the right output because I built the algorithm. In the case of generative AI, you are using somebody else built LLM. It's an external LLM that you are using in your environment. So you have no control on its design. On what data set it got trained, you have no control. Does it have intrinsic bias already embedded into it because of its training and past experience? You have no choice. Now, coming back to the prompt, how do I control what prompt that you put in? A would respond to the prompt that you put in. So there, what we call is a moderation layer. You need to incorporate a moderation layer. If at all there is a inappropriate prompt being put in to a generative AI, the guardrail should say that, hey, Mr. Prompt giver, prompt provider, you're doing something that is not okay. This prompt is not acceptable. A should state that. So is the case with its response. So what we call as a moderation layer needs to be put in. Coming to agents, which is just last 2 years, we are also learning every day. Agent boundaries need to be figured out. When the agent should run, what data agent should pick up, what data it should not pick up, when should it run, and when it should not run. Should it run 24 hours a day? If you are a banker, you work from 9 p.m. to 5 p.m. But a bank AI agent can work 24 hours a day. Is it required or not? Can it cause problems and so on? So when it comes to AI agents, the guardrails need to be much more dynamic and much more evolving, because the guardrail that you put in today may not be valid tomorrow. Lastly, I think when you want to build a responsible AI that is ethical, that is unbiased, that is reliable, that is safe, and that is good for the society. On one side, you have the classical AI that we are much more familiar with, that is within the contour of an enterprise, in much more controlled environment. But when you are fascinated by this sudden productivity, again, I want to use my ChatGPT assignment example. Instead of struggling for 3-4 days and spending time in library, it's a matter of 5 minutes to give an assignment answer. So when you're fascinated by this sudden productivity, the likelihood of you making huge compromises is very, very high. So it's very important to tread a cautious middle path. One, bring in the contours and the structures that you have learned. I talked about 12 factors that we learned at Infosys and so on. Bring these factors into your AI regime, while even if it causes a little bit of compromise on the productivity gain that you may have, that is still valid, because our effort is to have a responsible AI which is ethical, unbiased, stands for integrity, and stands for good cause for the society. And I conclude. Thank you. Do I have some time for any questions? I can take 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, they have, let me take 1 or 2 questions if any of you have. Or you're too tired for questions? Okay, my contacts are available. I flashed it up, and feel free to interact over LinkedIn or email. Happy to have any support. Yeah, you have a question? Go ahead, please. Can we have a mic there? You can introduce yourself first. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I'm Pratik, a student of first year PGTM. So my question to you is behalf of all of us. So my question to you is that we being management students, most of us here are from non-technical backgrounds. So how could we adopt to the AI revolution?
Good question. You use ChatGPT.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Does it need any tech skills? Do you use smartphone?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. Learn vibing. You can create a software application just by giving natural language input, right? So vibing is the new hype, and you do not need any tech formal background, except that you need to have that urge to explore things, and you should experiment with tools, etc. that comes to you. It doesn't need any so-called technical skills to be, as a manager. If you want to use AI, what you need is the kind of stuff. I'm not a technical person. Though I work with Infosys, my background is not in technology. So as long as you like the subject, as long as you can relate from a business context what it means, etc., that is sufficient.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Check. Check. Thank you, sir, for sharing your perspective on values and ethics of AI and its adoption in business operations.
I would now like to call upon our director, Reverend Dr. Roshan Pereira, SJ, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Venugopal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father.
Now, to encapsulate the essence of today's inaugural session, we would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Narona, the Dean of SJIM, to share a few words with our listeners.
Very good morning, everyone. So Raj told me yesterday's, concluding thoughts. But this is just the opening ceremony of the event. So let me rehash that. So morning, everyone, and distinguished guest, Mr. Venugopal, our honorable members of institution, leadership, faculty colleagues, esteemed speakers who are going to be here for the conference, invited guests, members of the press, all of you who are covering this event, participants and our very own students at UTKARSH 2026. What you have in store today and tomorrow, till about 1:30, 2 o'clock tomorrow, is a power-packed play of ideas, conversations and perspectives. Now my role here is to offer, suppose, let's say, concluding thoughts. But I don't want to close a door over here. I want to open some windows in terms of an insight into what this conference is all about. Because I think that is more important. Because when you go and sample different parts of what's going to happen today and tomorrow, I think you should understand why this whole thing called charting the future was created. Right? Now just remember, let's say 2-3 years I've been talking about leadership, I've been talking about ethics, I've been talking about AI in several conferences, I've been writing papers, etc. So I thought, what is the best way to really give a message to crystallize what happened just now in the morning and what we are going to really look at it, right? So look at the theme, charting the future, AI, ethics, leadership for organizational resilience and change, right? So let me begin with these words. Look at the word charting. Why are we using this word charting? I was just thinking over this yesterday. Why charting? Charting is when you chart a course, you are deliberately trying to create a passage for tomorrow. You're not leaving it open to chance. You're not leaving it open to, some waves coming and taking your ship in some other direction. You're looking at how do I chart it, which means charting means it's in my hands. I have the control, I have the choice, and when I make that choice, I'm charting the way. And future is what all of us want. We are okay to sacrifice today to get a better future, isn't it? We are okay to sacrifice. So future is again very relevant word over there. Today for a better tomorrow. Sacrifice. Past is gone. We can be happy that we achieved 99 percentile here or 100%. Doesn't matter. What matters is how are we going to be in the next few years, and that's where AI challenged all of us. Gen AI challenges much more than what we were challenged by AI. Because Gen AI brought in things which I think we could never have imagined a few years ago, right? Could we have ever imagined many of those things? And now agentic AI is trying to go one step ahead. So making a chart or charting the course reminds us that we have a choice. either we allow the future to happen to us, or we can chart a course by responding consciously. AI can't respond consciously. AI responds algorithmically, thinking through like a machine, whereas we will think like humans, right? So let me, I love stories and I love analogies. So again, today I'm going to bring in 2-3 analogies during this conversation, right? Now, all of us are MBAs or business students. We are interested in that. So strategy and charting, I would equal them. So strategy is like charting. So charting is like the strategy of what we study, and sailing is the execution. So the choice is yours. You want to just keep sailing, or you want to keep charting like, what we do. Now let me look at this analogy of a stool, 3-legged stool. The 3-legged stool is what I want to talk about. 3-legged stools are very delicate. But you see, even a 90 kg person like me can sit on a 3-legged stool very comfortably. Have you tried this in your kitchens and some places in your homes? 3-legged stool, are you scared to sit on it? No, because the legs are perfectly balanced. Now these are the 3 legs: AI, ethics, and leadership. Any imbalance, whole system will fall. You might fall, the grinder which you're trying to work on, or the equipment you're working on with that stool might fall. So AI is the engine. It gives us the speed, it gives us the power, it gives us the scale, it gives us the precision. All of this AI will give you. Ethics, the second stool leg, is like the compass. Without a compass, there's no direction. So just imagine, very simple to understand. Now look for these cues in the conference today and tomorrow. Who's talking about? The third one is leadership. Leadership is the driver, the captain, the pilot, taking the aircraft, taking the ship, taking the car, whichever side you want, right? So 3 legs: AI, ethics, and leadership. AI, which is the engine without the compass, can move very fast, but you don't know whether you're going west or east, whether you're going the wrong direction. So AI without engine without the compass could lead you up in the wrong way. Not necessarily, but could be. A compass without the driver cannot move. It's stable, it stands there. And the last one is driver without the engine, no matter how skilled, cannot move the world. So we need the AI. AI is going to make us better, because we want a better future, right? So let's now look at it in one simple case. I think Venugopal talked about healthcare, so I don't know whether we had telepathy, but there was something about healthcare I want to quickly tell you. AI analyzes, let's say, millions of records and detects some patterns, So the AI system gives the healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, some insights, right? No human being could ever do this. But the ethics will ensure that patient consent, data privacy, or fairness, or safeguards, guardrails, all of these are taken care of. And the leader will decide how this decision is to be made. If there is a problem, leader has to intervene. Judgment, overriding the machine, right? And any one element missing, the stool is imbalanced. So which means AI alone becomes efficient, but inhuman. Ethics alone becomes well-intentioned, but it's paralyzed without a good leader, right? And the leadership, it can become charismatic, but then it is reckless, right? So that is why I say that blend matters. Now let me quickly summarize. AI could make things possible. Ethics has to make them acceptable. Possible is not necessarily good, not advisable. Always it is the ethics which makes them acceptable to us as human beings, right? And the last one is leadership makes them responsible. Together they help us create a world which is not just smarter, but safer and genuinely more enjoyable. UTKARSH, which means pointing up, right direction, northward, right? UTKARSH started in 2019. When AI was not even heard of, Gen AI. AI was there in the books, not heard of as a common language. Earlier editions, we spoke about reimagined leadership, sustainability, business agility, digital transformation. Today, in the 8th edition of UTKARSH, we are talking about AI, leadership, and ethics, which are contemporary things which are going to possibly affect every one of us, including our future generations. So as you continue with this conference, I invite you to truly immerse yourselves, soak in the discussions, lap up the words which are coming out from speakers because they bring so many years of experience, research, etc. Listen carefully, not hear, listen carefully to the conversations around you and savor the experiences like a cup of morning coffee. That's my next analogy, right? Like morning coffee. So I was thinking, how does this, some hotels serve you such brilliant coffee, excellent, you really enjoy them. So I said, what does it take to do? I know many of you are good, filter coffee and all you'll make. But what I found, you need the right beans. The origin, the soil, the altitude will decide how good those beans are. Colombian coffee, when I say, Narasu's coffee or Araku coffee, it triggers something, right? Some salivation in our mouth, right? Careful roasting. Imagine, it's not enough to have good beans, but careful roasting, right time, right temperature, right restraint. Then comes the grind, precision. You can't have coarse, you need to have the right, what you call, amount of grinding for that flavor to absorb into the coffee, right? Then comes the water quality, the purity, the scientific tests which you do, the method, which is the patience, and finally the human touch. That's one of the perfect analogies for UTKARSH 2026. Why I'm saying this is because so many people work behind the scenes, thoughtful steps, deliberate choices, considered methods, brought together by dozens of people, faculty, staff, the coordinators of this program, the anchors, the student body who's working on it. All of them have worked consciously, quietly, passionately to make this day possible for all of us, right? So with us here, I want you to experience over the next 30 hours a rich cup of knowledge, just like that cup of coffee, right? Rich cup of knowledge. Remember, the coffee came not just by itself. All things went in. Same way this conference is here for you to savor that cup of coffee. So with that, I'm sure you will just not remember what was said in this conference as you go ahead, but you will also remember the ambience, the wonderful, iconic campus of SJIM. For those of you who haven't been here earlier, speakers, others, you'll remember this iconic campus on MG Road, and I'm sure you'll remember all of this and cherish it for the rest of your days to come. With that, thank you very much. Thank you, Venugopal, for those inspiring, I really love the Infosys logo because for 4 years I used to use these kind of slides, and I still know it's evolved a lot since I used to make the Infosys slides, but I'm sure this looks much better now. Thank you very much. This way.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, sir. Finally, to express gratitude on behalf of the organizing team, I express sincere thanks to our Reverend Dr. Roshan David Pereira, SJ, Director of SJIM, our chief guest, Mr. Venugopal, Dr. Rajiv Norona, Dean of SJIM, Reverend Father Prashant D'Souza, SJ, Finance Officer, our conference conveners, Dr. Deepika Joshi and Professor Rajendra Desai, our student coordinators, Sureka J. and Ainish Ray, Ria Anthony, and Sundareshwar Saumya, attendees, and of course, our attentive audience.
With this, we conclude the opening ceremony of UTKARSH 2026. May the sessions ahead be thought-provoking, collaborative, and enriching for all present here. Let us carry forward the spirit of ethics and leadership as we navigate the AI era together. Please rise as the dignitaries exit the auditorium. Thank you.
Kindly remain in your seats, students. Further instructions will be delivered in a few seconds.
Presents on her topic, Leadership Perspectives on Ethics in the AI Era. She is a seasoned communications leader with over 15 years of experience in PR, corporate communications, branding, and marketing. Ms. Bhargav currently serves as the head of PR and corporate communications at Scapia in Bengaluru, following her role as director of PR and corporate communications at Cash Free Payments. Her career highlights include key positions at Byju's as VP of Corporate Communications, Flipkart handling major campaigns like Big Billion Days, and early work at Fleishman Hillard, managing brands such as Nokia and L'Oreal. She excels in scaling social channels, crisis management, media relations, and leading high-performing teams with proven success in funding announcements, product launches, and brand visibility through outlets like Forbes and Fortune. Ms. Bhargav holds an MBA in Marketing and Advertising from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, a BBM from Mount Carmel College, and a diploma in Mass Communication. So please join me and give her a round of applause as she presents on the first speaker session.
You can my laptop? Or how do I do it?
Ma'am, you can take this mic, solo mic.
Yeah, what about the presentation? How does it work? There's a presentation.
Oh, sir.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry I got late, but lovely to see you all here. And I'll try to keep the session as light and conversational as possible. Please feel free to ask as many questions as you want. I have been in the field of communications for 15 plus years now. It's evolved. Like when I started my career, we used to take a press release and go to all the media outlets and tell like, sir, will you please cover this news? It's evolved today. It's very, very different. Yeah, great. So yeah, I've put together something very simple so that doesn't feel too heavy, and more real life examples. So yeah, ask me questions if anything. Happy to sort of take any questions out of it also. AI, I'm sure everyone, every day, pretty much many moments of our life, daily we use AI. It's been the most debated topic for the last 2-3 years, and it's only heating up. I think since the launches of Anthropic, what they have been doing, your OpenAI, it's been pretty intense. All of them are doubling down in the Indian market very, very deeply. A month or two back, Microsoft also came out and told, hey, we are going to invest about $3 odd billion in India for AI. So I think I'm very hopeful about it. I would like to start by saying that I'm not here to debate about humans versus AI. It's going to be AI and humans together. No use thinking like, hey, how can I beat it, or will AI beat me? I think we have to shake hands and move together. We shouldn't look at AI as someone with authority. We should use AI for assistance to make things better for us. And I hope the presentation helps. Okay. Yeah, and also I've kept the presentation design very, very basic, just to give you a glimpse of how we used to do in the olden days. Very, very simple, everything. Go to PPT and, you know, literally do everything on our own and not upload it onto something and make it look beautiful. I'm not saying that what's today, how it's done is not beautiful. I think it's great. You guys are at that time where you can utilize your time to do more things than sitting and beautifying a slide, right? So I think use your time wisely, learn, read more, understand how all companies across the world are using these technologies to do better. I mean, it's right out there. Also the design, like this is the human side, that's the AI side. Both sides have, I think, very, very powerful words, right? And powerful in different way. I think what we as humans bring out and what AI brings out, I think both are powerful. If we were to match both, bring both together, it's going to be beautiful. Just some stuff for you to read. Human humanize, AI optimizes. Humans are shaped by experience, which I'm sure all of you agree with. AI is trained. We have trained it. It's only going to get better because AI is mimicking us, learning from us. Humans feel it. AI processes language. Humans shape narrative. AI scales content. Trust me, the word narrative is very, very important. As you go on to become leaders, when you work for different brands, narrative is going to be the key. Be it in marketing, be it in tech, anything, right? What you put out to the world, how you're positioning yourself, your company, your brand is going to be a big defining piece. While building a brand, scale without soul becomes noise. That's exactly what I was alluding towards, right? Build a strong narrative, use all the technology, all the tools to help you make it better. Slightly text heavy, please pardon, but I'll try to make it as exciting. So yeah, as I was telling in the beginning of the conversation, right? AI versus human, automation versus creativity, data versus emotion. I mean, that's yesteryear. I know we have been seeing a lot of, I don't want to use the word, but yes, layoffs in the whole tech ecosystem. On one hand, yes, it is scary. I'm not saying it is not. But on the other hand, I think as humans, all of us are eternal optimists. Use this time to sort of evaluate what is it you want to pursue and how. How are you going to pick up AI as a tool for yourself to make it better as you grow in your careers, right? Today it's about AI and human. Automation enabling creativity. Trust me, in the past when we used to brief an agency or in-house team, saying like, hey, we want to build a campaign. In the campaign, we need a couple of digital films, couple of static ads, the banner ads that go on Insta or LinkedIn or whatever. It would take forever. That's not the case. The speed at which it's, things are getting done, it's amazing. One way of looking at it is like, oh my God, things are moving too fast. The other way of looking at it is we have more time to think strategically, build things more mindfully and more with intent, while a lot of execution level work, AI or technology can do it, right? Together, please spend some time. If you have any question, please ask me. Deep audience insight, right? That can be brought in by AI and human together when data meets empathy. Folks, empathy is one of the best things that we as humans have. Many a times, with all the world happenings, I feel like we are losing on empathy, but please hang on to it. That's going to be a gold mine for us as we grow and evolve. Strong creative direction, where ideas meet judgment. I mean, AI can throw zillions of ideas, but it's the human judgment that will help us pick up what is it that will work for the audience or the target folks who we're looking at. Meaningful engagement. I think personalization is something that's it's almost become like a jargon. I'm sure all of you must be hearing it, but just because you can personalize doesn't mean you should personalize. Bring in the thought, the judgment, the empathy, and then personalize it the way you feel your audience would really, really like it. Sustainable brand equity, where performance meets trust. Trust me, as you head into the work ecosystem, the word performance in different scales, at different level it'll come. Your own performance appraisal that happens. Also, if you get into marketing, you'll be asked very often, how is the ad performing? How is the campaign performing? What sort of leads are you getting? Are the leads good? What sort of conversions you're having through that, right? I think that's where you can really, really use AI to sort of filter out the right leads and then go after it. In the past, a lot of lead filtration, then identifying what are the good leads and then reaching out to them and ensuring that it converts used to be a long drawn affair, right? Today, it's no longer there. The precision with which when you train AI for them to pick up like, hey, these 10,000 leads are the right ones. Out of these 10,000, 5,000, go after this in these regions. I think AI really, really helps there. Why AI plus human-centric strategy matters, right? this entire conference is on AI, so you'll be hearing the word AI a lot, so just pardon me for that. But yes, please read the first sentence. AI is a tool. It's not a replacement for human understanding. One thing that moderately concerns me at times is that, hey, will we stop thinking, right? Because a lot of times the desire to just go to Claude or ChatGPT or Perplexity and saying, hey, Perplexity, how do I go about it, right, is very, very deep. I mean, I think that's a fight that all of us go through, but hang on to that little part in your mind where you think, because do deep thinking. Just because we have these tools doesn't mean that we stop thinking. As I said a few slides back, use them as assistants and not as your thinking, right? Think yourself and then delegate your work, execution level work to AI. A lot of times now I'm just using example from my own work life. I use AI as one of my colleagues or a person who is reporting into me saying like, hey, I need to for example, write a post for my founder on LinkedIn. This is how he talks. These are the points that I want him to talk about. Can you please help me put it together, put the first draft together? More often than not, I put the first draft together because that's how I function. But yeah, treat AI as your assistant or someone who you're working with, but do the thinking yourself. That's one of the biggest thing that I would urge you to do, because it's important. Like humans, if we don't think, I don't know what we will be doing. That's what differentiates us from the other mammals, right? So please, don't stop thinking. Today's consumer expect hyper-personalized experience and authentic human narrative. This is so true. All of you are Gen Zs. I'm a millennial. So I'm writing an article for my founder, which talks about how Gen Zs are changing the way brand loyalty is approached. And trust me, for the last 1 week, I obviously could have just gone to Claude and said, hey, just write an article for me. I didn't do that because it feels now I can figure out what's written by AI and what's written by more human interventions. So please, you all as a generation love things that happens quick, but you don't give a brand a next chance if the brand doesn't feel authentic. So how do you bring in authenticity? Right? That can be brought in by the human thought process, by human thinking. It's not just that, hey, I have fed this into AI and AI has told me to do ABC. For example, you're planning a trip to, say, I don't know, Norway or something like that. You go to ChatGPT and say, hey, what am I supposed to do in Norway? ChatGPT will say A, B, C, D. These are the top 5 things that you are supposed to do. But as Gen Zers, you know what you do? You will go look at the reviews, look at what other people's experiences are, and then you decide what you want to do. What does that say? You do go to AI for the basic understanding, but then to push you over the fence and make the decision, you need human intervention, right? And hence, the blended approach is what is going to do well in the coming years, be it for humans, brands, anything. Also, let AI do the heavy lifting, be it data, be it production, creatives, just let AI do it, but you should be the one thinking behind it. You're supposed to protect the brand's soul, because AI is technology, it's machine at the end. It wouldn't know how to look at the brand's audience with empathy and what exactly they want. Also, I think strategy is never done alone. It's always most analytics work, it's done by AI, but in the past, the way it used to be, like, we'll have 1 or 2 analytics folks in the room, we'll have the business folks, and then the rest of them, and we'll sit together and look at the data sheet and say, hey, these are the trends, and this is how we should approach and build the campaign. Today, you don't have those 2 or 3 analysts in the room, but we will have a sheet that's opened right out of ChatGPT, telling that, hey, these are the trends, but it's the human who's deciding that these ABCD are the trends, but this is what our audience want. So knowing your audience to the T is going to be really, really key as you step out to the job market. Technology can sharpen brands. Only human can make it significant. I think I don't know if you resonate with it, but whatever brands we throw out there, till the time you guys are not using it, till the time you don't ask for it, that brand will never be relevant. So I know I've been just doing a lot of theory so far. Sorry about it. Felt like a class, but there are a few ads. I can leave the deck with you all here. You can go through the ads. But these 4 ads really stayed with me. And these are really new, 23, 24, and 25, I think. Just to give you an understanding that you don't need AI to do the thinking part. These are fantastic examples of how brands have used AI to sort of build and deliver the creatives the way they want, right? The first one right up there, the girl in the pearl earrings, I don't know, that's a very famous painting. She's holding a bottle of Coke. Now there is this campaign you all should really go out and check. It's called Create Real Magic campaign by Coke. Fantastic, outstanding. What they did was Coke tied up with OpenAI, yes. DALL-E, do you guys know DALL-E? Just check it out, play around, it's fantastic. They've tied up with DALL-E and Bain and Company, the big fours, and they went to their audience and told, hey, come to our website, Create Real Magic, and play around. However you want to design your Coke bottle, use DALL-E and try it out. What that particular campaign did was, I wish I could play the ad, but watch it later. What it did was, they actually saw a 7 to 8% increase in revenue. There was no link, right? They asked the creatives, like the people, to come and create their own Coke bottle. It was just, everything was virtual. But the whole experience that they gave them, right, through AI, it stayed with them. And also people start talking. Like going back to a non-AI time when Coke Open Happiness, I don't know how many of you remember that campaign. It was nothing. It was just a Coke vending machine at airports and everywhere. And people were just like, hey, you can just go pick out a Coke and give it to anyone at the airport or anywhere. See, campaigns like that stays with you because it makes you feel special. It makes you feel seen. And now they are using AI technologies to sort of take those campaigns to a next level. Zomato hyper-localized deepfake campaign, I'm 100% sure you would have seen it. It's a Hrithik Roshan ad. You can say it's like Man Kiya, Zomato Kiya. In this ad, the main version is recorded in Hindi, but what they did was, wherever they were playing it, be in Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Assam, West Bengal, Punjab, they were using localized restaurant names and food items from that place. Hrithik Roshan didn't have to dub it like that many times. It was a deepfake video. Today you can do it. In the past you had to record that many number of times. You would have to pay the artist double the amount of money. Things have simplified that way. How creative production is also getting upped is Nutella Unica. Please go and check out this campaign too. What Nutella did was, they wanted to make their customers feel special. They were like, hey, we have this regular packaging for all our products. Why not make it special? Do you know what they did? They worked with, again, AI, and they created different covers for every bottle. So basically, when they were running this campaign, I think about a year and a half back, there was 7 million unique bottles of Nutella. Imagine the feeling of the customer when they hold that bottle of Nutella and they're like, wow, this is unique. I'm the only one who has it, right? So that's how you create moments. That's how you make them feel special, essentially. And Heinz ketchup is, again, brilliant use of AI. You know what they did? They went, the ad is where they type on ChatGPT and then they say like, hey, can you create a ketchup bottle image of an iconic Ketchup King bottle, okay? They show that the AI is creating, do you know how the Heinz bottle look? It's a typical shape, right? AI showed that that's how the typically a ketchup bottle is. Without saying much, they said a lot. What did Heinz say by that? Like, hey, you know, even AI knows us. Like when we asked them to build a ketchup bottle, that's how they did it. So yeah, these are interesting stuff where the thought process stays with us human, but we have used the technology to deliver the creatives, to deliver a campaign in a way where, you know, it stays with the customers. Human-centric considerations, why is it very, very important? Very quickly, AI is powerful, but without guardrails, it is dangerous. We all know what AI can do if we don't, if we are not mindful about it. In fact, 2 days or last week, the government of India has passed a rule where if any brand or anything they are putting out on social media or anywhere, and if the image is AI generated or if it's deepfake, you're supposed to call it out, which I think is a great step from the government's point of view. Please keep in mind, bear in mind that all of this will lead to a lot of new regulations that will come in. Without regulations, it can get pretty crazy. So let's see in the next 1 year or so what more comes through. Brand first, tonality and authenticity. Trust me, other than the brand guardians, that the human, no one can perfectly tell what the authentic brand knowledge is, and that's where we sort of come in. Think of it like, you know, there is some crisis that's hit Twitter, on Twitter, some customer is complaining about us. We will never tell, hey AI, this is the escalated tweet, and please can you tell us a response for it. Obviously, maybe we will look at the first draft, but the final thing that goes out is always vetted by the team. And that's where that whole human-centric approach comes in. Cultural and emotional intelligence, folks, in India, that's so diverse. Every, I think, 50 kilometers, it feels like a different country altogether. I think it's very important. One small step, culturally insensitive comment, image, it's done. The brand is done, right? So we have to be very, very careful. Ethics and transparency, it's always going to be very, very critical, and I'm happy that more regulations are coming in place so that people understand what is real, what is not real. And Gen Z, as per studies, Gen Zs want only authentic and transparent stuff. So I'm really hopeful that you know, more gets built on ethics and transparency. These are two campaigns, India-specific campaigns that I think it's really, really nice. Do have a look at it. The Cadbury Raksha Bandhan, you know, ad, it's damn sweet. So you see like the sister and brother, sister comes and ties the Rakhi, and then brother gives a gift of Cadbury chocolate, and on top there is a photo of them while, I mean, the sister is saving the brother from getting bullied, and the sister is like, hey, where did you get this photo? He's like, yeah, we didn't have it, but I created it. See how subtly they are weaving in AI in everything. And the second one is more realistic. I mean regular stuff where they're Red Bus, what they did was they were promoting their transport operators across different parts of the country. So they used, this one is obviously in English. My bad, I couldn't find the regional one. But yeah, every region, whatever different transport operators were there, they were featured in their own local language. So yeah, I think AI in India is great. We can milk it in the best possible way, but it has to be supervised, because if not supervised, it can cause a havoc. Yes, AI expands, humans enrich, right? Brands today that will do well is, I think, whoever merges both AI and human thought process in the best possible way. The future belongs to brands that are technologically intelligent and emotionally fluent. It's very, very important. Typically, over the years or decades, people always say like, oh, humans are emotional more for women. But I think with AI coming in and taking away the intelligent part, now is the time to really, really double down on our emotional aspect, how we show our empathy, how we understand our audience well. Scale will be powered by AI, obviously. Loyalty will be earned by humans, right? It's you folks from whom a brand will have to earn loyalty. Performance may win quarters, that goes without saying, but trust me, any brand that tests the stand of time it's because of trust. Trust, literally, when I read that line, I was like, yeah, Tata. Like similarly, like that's what keeps a brand standing forever. So trust is going to be very, very critical and important. And wow, oh yeah, that's the last slide, and then we are done. Oh great, I'm just 5 minutes over. I would urge you all to just give this a look. Whenever you are using AI, my one request is don't go and type a prompt which says like, hey, I want to this, can you tell me what to do? No, don't think that way. I would urge, it's up to you, it's a free country. Please figure out the emotional triggers, the cultural context, audience mindset. That's your job as a marketer, if that's the field that you're in. Figure that out. Put the basic thought process in place and then go to AI. Once AI gives you the variance of creative assets, the messaging in different languages, analyze the data, and then you as the marketer, you will take a call on tone, narratives, brand values, cultural sensitivities, everything. I think AI and humans together can really bring in efficient empathy. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm open to questions. I hope I didn't bore you all. So yeah, that's pretty much it from my end. Any questions? No? Okay. Okay, thank you. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for that engaging session and for telling us that AI is not a bane, but we can blend in well with AI to create something much more meaningful. May I request Professor Rajendra Desai, Director of Corporate Relations, to please step forward and present a token of appreciation to Ms. Sangamitra Bhargav. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Students, kindly note the second speaker session will begin shortly. Kindly remain seated in your places and maintain the decorum of the program. Thank you.
Better like this? Yeah. Is this better? Yes, sir. This is the way it is?
Can you just take
Yeah, one second. What is it like this? Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Hi, am I audible? Yes? No? Yes, okay.
With 2 decades of experience, Mr. Amit is responsible for championing equity, diversity, and inclusion for employees across Asia Pacific and at Randstad Enterprise and strategic clients in the region. As an ED&I specialist, Amit works towards positioning diversity as a differentiator and inclusion as the integrator, with a focus on talent attraction, retention, and growth. Mr. Amit's past experience includes working with a Japanese automobile manufacturer as part of their corporate communications and public policy team, and subsequently with an Indian multinational information technology consulting company as their lead for diversity and inclusion. Mr. Amit is a certified design-driven leader from MIT, engagement expert by Dale Carnegie and Ian Hewitt, and an accredited management teacher from All India Management Association, New Delhi. Mr. Amit firmly believes that we learn best in moments of enjoyment, and Mr. Amit's favorite thought line is a quote by Aristotle: "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit." So, please do join us in welcoming Mr. Amit Prakash on stage with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? Okay, perfect. Sounds good. All right, first of all, let me acknowledge Sangamitra. I think, Sangamitra, thank you so much for setting a very strong stage on AI this morning. Sangamitra has given us a very good context in terms of how do we use AI from, let's say, a PR, a marketing, or a branding standpoint. Now, why am I talking about marketing, PR, and branding? Because when I started my career, I was where Sangamitra is today. So I started my career with Toyota as part of their corporate communications team. Then went on to work with HCL Tech for a decade, and today I work with a company called Randstad. How many of you have heard about a company called Randstad? Anybody in the room? All right. What does Randstad do? It's an HR consulting firm. All right, lovely. Okay, but I'll give you a little bit more premise in terms of the conversation that I'd like to have today. Before I get on to the conversation, I just have one request to all of you. This is more like a game-based conversation that I have created for today's event. So try and participate, because a game can only work well when you participate in the game. So it's not a one-sided conversation, it's a two-sided conversation. So are you game? Yes? Okay, are you game? Okay, better, thank you so much. All right, let me first start. What do you see on the screen over here? Does anybody recognize what this pattern is? Or what exactly this is? Yeah, sorry? This is the matrix. It's absolutely right. And why is the matrix, in terms of the conversation today, why is it relevant? Dystopian future, and a lot of artificial intelligence was what this movie actually showed us. So on that premise, let me just start with today's conversation, and a very warm welcome to today's discussion. I'm going to be talking about responsible AI in talent acquisition, because Randstad, a company that I currently work with, is a company that is into talent. We support clients in terms of talent acquisition. We also have separate verticals which looks at things like talent branding, talent marketing, and talent intelligence. So my conversation today is to give you a small glimpse as how companies like Randstad scout for talent, how do we look at talent, how do we hire talent, and most importantly, how do we differentiate talent, the ones which are real and the ones which are fake. All right, so that's what is going to be my premise today. All right, so since I started off with the movie, I think when you talk about artificial intelligence, a lot of what we have looked at artificial intelligence comes through the movies that we have seen, right? It's like the good cop, bad cop. I'm sure a lot of you all have seen a couple of the movies which you see on the screen over here, like iRobot, or Matrix, or Terminator, or Big Hero 6, or Interstellar. All of these go on to tell that when you talk about artificial intelligence, people had already visualized that there will be a time when man and machine will work together. And that's how a lot of these movies have come into the picture. In fact, if you look at what is called as MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you have the Avengers, and Avengers, there's a very interesting movie called as The Age of Ultron. How many of you have seen that? Right? And what happens in that? They try to create a program, all right, to sort of solve the problems of humanity, but that particular program assumes a certain avatar, a certain form, and then the Avengers have to sort of come together to, put down that creation, which is actually Ultron. Now, that's the interesting part about AI. And if you talk about Hollywood, and you see the kind of AI that they have done, they have actually taken this conversation one step forward. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a picture. What I want you to do is I want you to recognize who the celebrity is. How many of you know this person? Anybody? No? This one? Are both one and the same? Yes or no? Okay, do you know what is her date of birth? She was born in July 2025. And yes, absolutely right. This is what I want you to understand. When you look at Hollywood from a movie perspective, Hollywood also has competition because a firm which is called as Particle 6 Productions has now created a form or a character called as Tilly Norwood. All right, you can do a Google about this. Tilly is a virtual AI actor. She was created in July 2025, all right, and she is able to sort of take forms. She can modulate her voice. She can act the way you like her to act. She can assume roles, and she can perform as an actor. That's where AI is now moving to. So you have an artificial version or a digital twin, which is now being created. What you thought was there only in the movies is now coming into your real life. So this is Tilly Norwood. She is the very first AI-enabled character, which is now giving a lot of competition to Hollywood actors. And when Hollywood actors got to know about it, they were shocked, but they also said there is a human element behind the acting that we do. So, even the actors have very clearly said, no problem if there is AI, but there is the human element that we will stick on to. All right, moving on from there. What are some of the trends which are shaping the workforce today? I showed you one of the trends which is now coming into Hollywood. So if you look at the world around us, there's a lot of things happening, right? There's a lot of uncertainty, right? Geopolitical uncertainty, a lot of announcements being made from the US, which is having repercussions over here. Organizations are focusing a lot on profits, all right? They want to stay alive, they want to stay competitive, so profits become the bottom line, and that's very, very important. Third, there is a lot of scarcity of skilled talent. And this is something which I'll dwell a little bit deeper, and this is important for you to understand. When we talk about talent, there are two things that I want you to keep in mind. One, talent is passive. And when I say talent is passive, unless I come to you with a job offer, in most cases, you will not apply for a job. If I say, all right, hear me up, I have a potential job opening which offers you about 1 crore per annum. How many of you will apply to that job? Right? Everyone will, probably. But the idea is, until I told you this, you would probably not put up your hand. Because at this point in time, your focus is not on the job. Your focus is in completing your academics. So what happens is, when we look at talent, we find that at least 70% of the talent in the marketplace is passive. They are not looking out for a change in job. They are not looking at a new position which they could probably apply for unless it comes to their attention. The second thing about talent is all about timing. Unless you don't time your opportunity properly, you will never be there. So if you look at Randstad as a company which is into the talent space, you can say that we are like a shadi.com. We connect talent with opportunity. That's what we do, all right? And we do this for individuals across the board, right? From freshers to the middle management to the C-suite. And that's what this company does. Then expectations are shifting. There's a lot of AI disruption. I think this is what is the fundamental theme for today. And there is a lot of expectations in terms of on-demand economy and expectations, because today is the world of instant gratification. People want things to be done today. I want things to happen now. It's not like things can happen tomorrow and therefore I'm going to wait for it. All right? So that's where the world has now moved out to. This is a very interesting slide. And this talks about the rise of what is called as a polymath workforce. How many of you are aware about the word called as a polymath? Yes, what's a polymath? Very good. What's your name? Jonah. Okay, very good. All right. So you're absolutely right. Okay. So a person who's got multiple skills is what we call as a polymath. So the whole idea is, if you look at this particular slide, you'll actually find that companies today are not doing things as they were doing things in the past. Retailers are becoming healthcare companies. Automobile companies are becoming electric car manufacturers. Your chemical and oil companies, they are moving into hydrogen and batteries. They're also moving into the telecom space. They're moving into the financial space. They have also had a partnership with Facebook, and they're bringing AI at speed and at scale. So the things that we are looking at from a talent perspective is, one, there will always be a question that will be asked to you. And this question you should keep in mind. The question is, there was a person called as John Naisbitt. How many of you have heard about the person called John Naisbitt? Not many. So John Naisbitt once said, in life you will have two choices. In life, you'll have two choices. Either you will want to know everything about something, or you'll want to know something about everything. You will have to make that choice. You want to know everything about something, you will have to specialize in what you want to do. But if you want to know something about everything, you will have to generalize. And if you ask me, at the stage of career that you are in, it's always good to start with a generalistic approach and then move into specialization. Because the one thing that I've found in youngsters and in people that we hire is that when you pass out from your MBA today, let's say in the next 1 or 2 years when you pass out, you will make a choice as to what kind of a career you want to choose, right? You may want to say, I want to specialize in MBA marketing, MBA finance, MBA HR, MBA systems, MBA whatever is the specialization that is offered to you. Over a course of time, you will find your calling. And that is when your life will come to what is called as a tipping point. Tipping Point is also a book written by Malcolm Gladwell. If you've not read this book, please do read this book. It's a brilliant book. It's called The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell. So there will be a tipping point in your life when your career will then decide, whom do I choose to take to the next level? So while you choose your career now, at one point in time, your career will choose you. And that's what happened to me. You see, I started my career in PR, and at some point in time, I switched on to HR. All right? And I never knew that this would ever happen to me. I've always been a communications person, a PR person, a person who loves to communicate and talk. But one fine day, life took a different course. Right? So when I was switching jobs between Toyota and HCL, I came into HR, and I've been in HR ever since. So there will be a calling that will come to you. What's important for you to keep in mind is that you have to build your skills. And when we do a lot of hiring, we look at what kind of skill sets do you bring to the table. That is what differentiates you. So when you look at your MBA batch, your classroom, your classmates, all of you are pretty much in the same boat. But when your placements happen, some of you will get placed first, some of you will get placed later. Why? Because of certain differentiators that you have created over the last 2 years that you did this course. So ensure that when you have hundreds of biodatas, all right, big stacks, big cartons of biodatas that we have to sit, go through, shortlist, again call the candidates back, give an ad in the newspaper, the candidates would see who are the ones who are selected, then they would come, then the selection process would happen. That was what talent acquisition was something like 20 years back. Do you know what talent acquisition looks like today? Do you know what it looks like today? Today it looks something like this. It's like a rugby scrum. You have two teams vying for what is called as a rugby ball. Have you all seen rugby anytime on television? Seeing both the teams coming together with so much of force, and the team that takes that little rugby ball and runs towards one end of the arena is the one that scores the point and wins. That little rugby ball is the talent that we're all vying for. And that's why I told you talent is all about timing. And to get your timing right, you have to be there in the right place at the right time with the right technology in place. And I'll come to that as well. So don't forget this. It was traditional and sequential. Today it's all about being agile and breaking the norm. Being very, very disruptive is what talent acquisition is all about. The new BMW is here. How many of you like cars? Right? I love cars myself. But what's the new BMW that I'm talking about? The first B in the BMW is this. Who is this? The blue-collared worker, which means people are working on the factory floor, who are actually, handling machines. They are the ones who are operating the heavy machinery on the shop floor. That's the B in the BMW. Then we have, what is that? The management, like all of you and me today. We are all the white-collar workers, right? So that's the B over there. That's the W. So you have the blue-collared worker, you have the white-collared worker. Who do you think is in the middle? Who do you think is in the middle? Blue is for shop floor. Y is for, let's say, the administrative over the office staff. Who do you think is the M? Who said that? Stand up. What's your name? Oh, awesome. All right. Good one. So M is actually the metal-collared worker, or what you said as the machine. This is what I want you to understand is the new BMW. It's a combination of the blue-collared workers, the white-collared workers, and the metal-collared workers. And what you see on the picture over there, can you read what's on the robo? Tesla. Which robo of Tesla is that? You can use your phone. Absolutely fine. That's the Tesla Optimus. All right, that's the Tesla Optimus which is there, which is actually doing real-world transactions by interfacing between men and machines. So what do you call a man-machine combination? A humanoid. So it's humanoids which are now there in the workplace doing the work that you thought could be done only by humans. And this is not something which is coming out from, let's say, a fairy tale. This is actually reality. Having said that, what I want you to understand is, for this to happen, this humanoid to come into place, it was not easy. AI had to go through a certain evolution, all right? And the evolution was something like this. There was foundational AI, which looked at, classifying all your data. The second was generating AI, that is producing the data that you want to work. That's like the codes that you talk about. And the third part is the agentic AI. And I'm sure you must have heard these terms. Have you heard about agentic AI? Yes? All right. So the agentic AI is taking independent actions with very little, minimal human interference. I thought this will be the end. I thought, okay, there's going to be foundational AI, there's going to be generative AI, there will be agentic AI. But do you know what happened just 2 weeks back? Does anybody know? I'll give you a clue. And then came this. How many of you have heard about Moltbook? So Moltbook is a social media platform created by agents where humans are observers and they're inviting agents to come and have a conversation with them. So it's now agents creating platforms where humans are observers. Until now, we were all participants. But now what's happening is that you're becoming an observer. Now, if you ask me, it's like a double-edged sword. It's good, it's not good as well. Because if machines are going to start taking over, it's really nice. Really, really nice. But that's going to cause a lot of scare. I think one of the speakers, Sangamitra also spoke about this, was about Anthropic. How many of you know about what Anthropic did on the 4th of February? No? So Anthropic is an AI which looks at enterprise solutions, all right? So they have this agent called as Claude, C-L-A-U-D-E, and they released about 12 of these agents, saying that for all enterprise solutions, we have the Claude agent coming to you. Suddenly, the IT index in India fell by almost 2,000 points. Do you know why that happened? All IT companies, their share values dropped anywhere between 5 to 10%. Because if you look at India, all right, now this is a talent matrix you must understand. India has close to 6 million people who work in the IT industry, which means we are a labor-driven IT sector. we have a lot of people employed to do a lot of tasks to support the IT industry. Suddenly, a company like Anthropic comes, releases Claude and says, look, I'm giving you these bots which can be used at the enterprise level, which means that people are going to be displaced. And that impact has been sensed by the Indian IT sector. Even now, just 10 minutes before coming on to the stage, I was looking at what is the IT index today. It is down by 600 points. So there is a sense of fear that what these agents can do. Unless we find a solution to it, be prepared, it's going to be a tough road ahead. Which means that you now have to start predicting what is AI going to do, all right? So AI was our partner, but AI has now taken a step ahead and started creating a community. Okay, that being said, these are some of the developments which are happening. The digital worker is coming. AI agents and humanoids are going to be there in the workplace. And that's very important for us to keep in mind. As all this is happening, what are some of the CEOs saying, when it comes to artificial intelligence? What I did was, I did a little bit of research, all right? I looked at, in the last 6 months, what are some of the CEOs saying? So you have a CEO like Mark Zuckerberg, he says in 18 months, coding will be done. And he's actually right. And it will be better than most of what engineers do, or the work of the engineers. Satya Nadella of Microsoft, he says up to 30% of a company's code is already written by AI. Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic, AI could eliminate 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs in the next 5 years. But look at what is happening on the other side. You have Jensen Huang, all right, a person who controls a company with the valuation of close to $5 trillion, which is NVIDIA. He says, you won't lose your job to AI, but you'll definitely lose your job to someone who knows how to use AI. So believe me when I tell you this, we are all end users of AI. The faster you know how to use AI, the better you are. AI will create new valuable jobs, especially for those who know how to use it, and AI enhances productivity and will lead to more hiring, freeing engineers to focus on creativity and innovation. Now, why I've put these 6 CEOs up over here? Because the CEOs on the left are giving you a slightly scary view, a slightly pessimistic view. But the CEOs on the right are very optimistic about AI. And that's why I told you about John Naisbitt. You'll always have a choice in life. It's up to you which CEO that you want to follow. The CEO that says that, hey, jobs are going to go, or the CEO that says that, look, learn to use AI, and that's called as empowerment to you. So when we did a little bit of research to look at what are the top talent trends for 2025, the number one talent trend that we saw, and this is from the Randstad Talent Trends report, it says when it comes to organizational culture, the number one trend that companies must look out for is how do you rewrite the workplace culture script using AI. Don't run away from AI. Try and use AI to ensure that you're doing your work more ethically. All right, you're getting a better user experience for all the participants in your organization. So that's what is one of the trends that we saw. But it is not as easy as said, because then you have to decide, when you talk about AI, what task do you want to give to AI? What is it that you want to do in collaboration with AI? And what are the tasks that you leave it for humans to be done? And this is very, very fundamental when you talk about artificial intelligence, all right? What is it that you want for AI to take over? It could be like routine, mundane tasks. What is it that you want to do in a collaboration with AI? And what is it that you will leave for human-only tasks to be done? So here is a quick question to all of you. How many of you believe that it is important for humans to stay in the loop as far as AI is concerned? Or should we just leave the world to AI? Okay, just leave the world to AI, hands up. Humans in the loop? Very good, all right? Very, very good. So that's where you will have a place in the world, all right? The other way of looking at it is make AI work for you. Okay? Make AI work for you, And that's when you probably don't have to stay in the loop. But again, I would still defer on that. Okay. Having spoken about that, I'll give you a little bit of a preview about what we do when it comes to AI and talent acquisition, and this is by keeping the candidate at the heart of all the hiring that we do. So, let's take a case of a lady called Maria. Anybody called Maria in the room? Purely coincidental, not intentional, all right? Okay, so here is a question. Even before you apply for a job, what do you think happens to your profile? Do you believe that companies are actively looking for people to come to their organization, or they're very passive about this? They're not passive, they're very active. How many of you have a LinkedIn profile? Hands up. Okay, very good. How many of you have at least 1,000 connections on your LinkedIn profile? Okay, very good. How many of you are on Instagram? Okay, more people on Instagram rather than on LinkedIn. And how many of you are there on X or Twitter? Okay, very good. You know, a few years back, we were hiring for a marketing professional, all right? A sales and marketing professional. You know what was the job description that we put out? All that you need to do to qualify to apply to this particular position is to have 5,000 LinkedIn followers, 1,000 connections on Instagram, and 100 followers on Twitter. If you have this qualification, please apply. That's it. There was nothing else that was asked. No academic qualification, nothing else. It was pure play to look at how active you are in the social space, because that defines the kind of selling that you're going to do. All right. So let's take a look at Maria's journey when we look at talent acquisition, all right? Hypothetical person is Maria over here. So whenever Maria is probably browsing or looking at the internet, she sees a job advertisement. She then looks at what are the opportunities for her to apply. That's where the engagement starts. The engagement moves into a conversion, and that's how the hiring happens. So most of whatever you see over here happens on all digital platforms. It's like a bank, all right? All your transactions are now happening in a virtual world, so you really don't have to worry about going there physically. Everything happens virtually. I'll give you a quick preview of another process, which is basically how interviews are done, all right? So when you see interviews, there is a lot of engagement which is happening. What I want you to do is take a look at this process, all right? It's just self-explanatory, right from engagement, sending out emails, setting up interviews, getting a confirmation, and getting everybody together. Which are the ones that you think can be automated over here? Which are the dots which can be automated? Which are the dots which can be automated over here? The yellow ones, the blue ones, the light blue ones, or the white ones? White. How many of you will say white? How many of you will say blue? Right? All right. And how many of you will say yellow and the light blue one? So if you see the hiring process, the blue dots are the one where automation can actually come in. And that's what is actually happening. Today, you can't differentiate between who is actually sending you a mail versus who is actually talking to you. All right? So some of the key highlights when you talk about AI, there's a lot of work which is happening, but there's also a paradox. The paradox is, have you heard about this word called as deep fake? All right, that is something that you have to be careful about, because there are genuine candidates who are losing out on opportunities because a lot of fake profiles are coming into the system. All right, so if you see this particular slide, there is a trust deficit. A lot of candidates are not trusting the hiring process so much because they feel that, is there somebody else who's going to take my opportunity away? I'm a genuine candidate, but how do I still ensure that the person on the other side, who's still likely to be a bot, I do not know, is that an interviewer? How do I convince that person that I am the genuine person that should be given the job? So how are job seekers using AI? So there's a lot of work happening. So when you want to develop cover letters, build your CVs, apply to jobs, do your assessments, even augmenting your interview performance, all right, all is enabled by AI. And there are a lot of apps which are there. How many of you are aware about these apps? Like say Bulk. Do you know what does Bulk do? Bulk is an app that helps you to apply to 100 jobs at one go. So you give your job description, you tell it what job you want to apply for. This particular app will crawl the web, tell you which are the companies which have those job openings, and apply for at least 100 jobs at one go, which was never possible before. The other side of things is how companies are also building, let's say, what is called as guardrails in terms of the hiring process, in terms of deterring, detecting, and of course, designing. In terms of deterring, look at what Anthropic has said, all right? They say that while we encourage people to use AI systems during their role to help them to find the work faster and more effectively, please do not use AI in the application process. So they're very open to tell you about it. So they're deterring you. So they tell you if we find you using AI, it's a no-brainer. You've lost the opportunity. Similarly, you have Detect. There are a lot of softwares, a lot of apps which have now come in, like GPT-0, Sapia, and Codility. Codility can even track and tell you to what extent was the code created by a human or was it created by a bot. Interestingly, another company called Canva. How many of you have heard about Canva? You know what Canva does? If you apply for a job in Canva, Canva will actually tell you that, okay, you are most welcome to work with us, but we have an AI-based challenge for you. So you have to work with an AI, create a certain design, and then come back to us. All right? So that's how companies are seeing. So some will deter you, some will try and detect what you're doing, but the new age way of doing it is designing a process which makes candidates and let's say the AI tools work together. All right, so how are companies doing it? So if you see, there's another company called Greenhouse. So the whole idea of to show you this is when you apply to jobs, you will also come across these scenarios. Please ensure that you read the fine print. A lot of candidates don't read the fine print. Later on, they keep asking, why did I not get selected? The reason is you are already detected that you were doing something which was not ethical. All right, so don't think that you're going to be very smart. No, you will get detected at some point or the other. All right, so that's the whole idea. So tech itself is not a silver bullet. Be very mindful when you're using technology. There has to be a human in the loop. Otherwise, things could go horribly wrong, like I gave you the example of Moltbook. This is my last slide. So what could all this mean from a future perspective? This is something that I want you to keep in mind. The future workforce will have 4 kinds of people working. One are your full-time employees, or what is called as people who are on the fixed role. Second are flexible workers, people who come in for a particular engagement or an assignment. The third are gig. The last ones are your digital twins. All right, so be mindful. That's where the world is moving to. This is just a glimpse of what AI is doing. Whatever I've shown you is a part of a larger presentation, but I hope this gives you a sense of what you need to do and understand when you're applying for jobs in the market. Where is it that AI comes into the picture and how you can use AI to your benefit in terms of getting your dream job. On that note, thank you so much. It was wonderful being here.
Thank you, sir, for those knowledgeable insights, starting from AI at its base to its future impact on all of us over here. May I request Dr. Ayushi Shukla, ma'am, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Prakash. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. A special thank you to both our speakers for the day, and of course to all our attendees for your engaging presence today. The lunch break will commence in Xavier's Hall and will end at 1:30 p.m.
So now we're going to proceed with the plenary session. I am Anne Maria Sabu, and I will be your MC for this session. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Alan Aruldas, who will be our guest speaker. Mr. Alan Aruldas is a seasoned banking and risk professional with 15 plus years of cross-functional leadership across fraud risk management, vigilance, cybercrime response, and human resources. He's currently operating at a group associate vice president level, driving enterprise-wide fraud risk management through automation, advanced data analytics, forensic accounting, and intelligence-led investigations. Mr. Allen serves as the bank's nodal officer for the financial cybercrime, working closely with national law enforcement agencies under the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. He oversees governance and operational management of complaints on India's National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, I4C. Mr. Allen holds a Master's in Human Resources Development, MBA, from Wellinger Institute of Management, and a bachelor's degree in statistics, blending human intelligence with quantitative rigor. In an earlier volunteering assignment, he has demonstrated purpose-driven leadership as a program manager with United Nations volunteers, contributing to education initiatives via Anne Foundation across South India. Sir, may I now request you to please come on to the dais to address the crowd. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Great. So the topic appears very complicated, but I'll try to simplify it, okay? All right. So I have some points, some themes that I want to discuss with you, but before that we will start with one small social experiment, okay? How many of you are on X, the platform, Twitter? Interesting, okay. So can you unlock your phone, go to Twitter, and search Elon Musk Epstein files. Go to Grok. Go to Grok on your Twitter handle, search Elon Musk Epstein files. I know I'm starting with a very controversial subject, but this will set the tone for the next half an hour. Did you get any result? Yeah, can someone read it out to me? I'm sure it will be uniform across devices, so one person can read it out for the audience. I did it myself. Yes. Yeah, I need a volunteer. Someone? Okay, so let me do the honors. So you must be thinking, why am I starting on this note? Is anybody thinking on these lines or no? Yeah. So it's a very simple understanding of how AI operates. Grok is a AI which was supposed to be path-breaking as promised by Elon Musk. But when you search something as controversial as Epstein files and the links with Elon Musk, it gives you a very neutral response. On the contrary, it invalidates the fact that he is in any way involved with the Epstein files. So what do we learn from this? Anybody? AI can be? Possible. It depends on how you train it, how you configure it, and how you deploy it. It works on these fundamentals. So it's very clear that it is a puppet of its master, right? No, you're asking for an opinion here. And the opinion that you're asking Grok is very specific. And it has enough content on Twitter to go through, and it is also linked to other open source platforms. So the expectation from Grok is to give you a very objective view on what Elon Musk is to Epstein files. Is that a very fair, objective assessment of this exercise? Right? So now we understand what AI can potentially do. But let's go to some very basic aspect of AI. AI can do 4 tasks in a very skillful manner. One, it can generate content. You can define what you want. Like most of you must have tried that Ghibli image. Yeah, right? So that is nothing but content creation. You tell them what you want, you give them a context, and it will decide on what is the closest to what you want, okay? Second is it can automate certain activities. Now when we speak of automation, there are a lot of routine activities that happens across various businesses, right? Now in each of these businesses, there are some tasks which does not need human intervention. It can be automated. Just to give a very simple example, if these were those automated doors with sensors on it, do you need somebody to open the door for you? Right? So the door opens by itself, with the logic being as simple as someone steps in this zone and then I have to do my job. That's how AI works. You configure a rule which is that specific, it will deliver. So that's AI for you, okay? So the other aspect is, just one second. It can analyze complex data structures for you. So let's go back to our earlier example of Epstein files. How many page document is it? That's, again, sources say it is 3 million, and then some add on to say that it is 6 million. Okay, whatever the quantity of that data is. So if you have to search certain information, form some analysis from those documents, you can configure certain rules on AI, and it can break down complex data into something more meaningful. That's something that AI can do for you. So today, we will touch upon certain areas across various sectors also to understand how AI can be consumed in a much effective manner. And the fourth aspect is identify patterns. So you can identify certain patterns in terms of seeing if there is any deviation. There is a routine activity that happens. Like a person comes to the office exactly at 9:30, but suddenly if he comes to the office at 10 o'clock consistently, AI can trigger an alert saying that something's wrong with this person's pattern. I'm giving you a very simple, specific example. So these are certain things that AI is skilled at. I'll repeat: data analysis, generate content, automate tasks, and identify patterns. Now, as humans, when we do a lot of activities, do you know there are about 78 type of biases that we have? Right from your cognitive bias, okay, to biases of age, race, background. There are 78 types, of recognized human biases that we have. So I'll give you one bias which clutters your mind when you make decision. Guess what that bias is? And I'll give you an example of it also, like a real human example of it. So this is called the expectation bias. Have you heard of expectation bias? Somebody there? Yeah, what is expectation bias? Very good. No, that's okay. Oh, that's okay.
An expectation bias is when we've already perceived an idea on what we want. So we've already kept an expectation. So the bias is, I suppose, we're going to match that expectation or not.
Okay, partially correct. but I'll still give you full marks for it because you're the only one to put your hand up. So a round of applause for it. Yes. So let me give you a very simple example. There's this one video of Superman, the character, Henry Cavill, right? He was at Times Square, disguised as a civilian, right? People went past him, but nobody could recognize him. You know why? Because nobody expected Superman to be there in Times Square. You getting it? So your mind expects you to deliver some outcome, or it tells you that this is likely to be an outcome. Now, AI is devoid of this. It assesses facts, and it delivers you results. It does not operate with preconceived notions. So that is one of the most important aspects that AI is likely to fix. Are we on the same page? Yeah? So let's look at how some people have been able to play with data. There was this one dating app, and owner of that dating app was Ashley Madison. Now, this was a very famous dating app somewhere in Canada. So what they did was they sold this app. Is anybody aware of this? It's okay to know. Yeah, I mean, it's just a case study. Okay, all right. So they are not in India, yeah? So it's okay you're on Tinder or whatever, but this is just for your knowledge. It's just for academic knowledge, right? So what happened here is that they created a lot of bots that were chatting with humans, making them believe that there are a lot of women in the dating app. And that increased their subscription. So now this is what AI can do you bad. It can give you the illusion of talking to somebody who is non-existent. And of course, the company was sued and a lot of other actions were taken on them. And also their data breach happened and a lot of things got compromised. Interestingly, when Elon Musk was about to buy Twitter, the first thing he spoke aloud was the number of fake accounts that were there on Twitter and playing with the algorithm there. Now, these are certain challenges that we will have to face with time to come. So there'll always be a battle between reality and illusion. And we have to navigate that path. Now, how we could do that is we have to accept technology. We can't live without technology. But at the same time, these are certain times that we have to use human intelligence. And how we do that, we'll try to cover some aspects of it. Okay? Now, let's look at some of the real problem statements here. You know, how many HR students here? HR? Anybody specializing? Oh, you're first year. You're yet to choose your specialization. Right. Some of you may be, aspiring to pursue a career in HR, right? I mean, now the whole hiring model is moved virtual. So there are stages of, recruitment. Your application goes through. A lot of people have now cracked the code of, picking keywords from the job description, putting it in the resume, one-pager, and making sure that the algorithm picks their resume. They get a foot at the door for the interview. But then they're not able to go past that. Now, it is a classic example where the AI model fails. Because search and selection works beyond what is shown there, right? A lot of competency comes to picture. And that is definitely done better by human intervention. So you need a human on the other side to assess certain aspects which cannot be quantified, right? So I'll give you another problem statement here, right? I was interacting with a ex-army officer who was a part of a service selection board. So he defined something very beautifully. How do you decide somebody's academic excellence? There were two candidates in front of him, one who scored 100 out of 100 in his physics, chemistry, maths, and the other one was just about 59-60. But he chose the guy who had scored 59-60 over the guy who scored 100 out of 100. And according to him, this person is academically more competent than the other one. Now, do you think AI will ever be able to do this? Now, I'll tell you the logic and the reasoning behind him choosing the other guy. But at the same time, these are certain intangible features which cannot be put into the AI, because that's where human judgment comes into picture. Search, selection, talent acquisition requires these kind of intangible elements. And you can't live without it. So humans will have to play a role. You'll have to selectively use AI to accommodate your volumes, work volumes. But end of the day, the decisioning should be with individuals. Now, going back to the previous example. So he asked the same set of 3 questions to both the students. One student was able to explain the applicability of his academic fundamentals, and the other was not. So the choice was very obvious for him. The guy who scored 100 out of 100 could not explain application of concepts. Now does it make sense? Now do you think AI will be able to do this for you? You can probably simulate a few examples. But in real time, under a stressful situation, it's only human intelligence that can crack this. So at the time of recruitment, you will need AI only to some extent. You can't live with AI. So let's look at the flip side of AI also. Now, there are a lot of deep fakes making the rounds. Have you heard of deep fake videos? Have you seen any of them? So I was attending a conference, and there's this dear friend of mine who also is into a lot of deep fake detection tools. So I had a very beautiful interaction with Virat Kohli. Yeah. Okay, guys, okay. I don't want to steal your thunder, but I did not talk to Virat Kohli. I spoke to somebody who impersonated Virat Kohli just the way he does. Thanks to the deep fake. Right? But there are tools where you can figure out. Now, please don't make this clip and say, okay, the speaker did speak to Virat Kohli, the first part of it, okay? Then this becomes misinformation. Now, this is something that happens in the digital era, right? Selectively picking parts of a particular video. Exactly the logic that this company applied. What they did was, they captured my interaction with Virat Kohli for about 30 seconds. They took parts of it. And they used a technology where they zoomed the picture and the picture pixelated. That's how they spotted that it's a deepfake video. So there are tools to detect deepfakes also. But in the live environment, do you think small-scale organizations having presence across geographies will be able to have a AI detection tool? Maybe not. So they will have to live with human intelligence. They will still have to continue with meeting people in person or getting some senior official in that location to meet that person and take interviews. So a lot of things in recruitment also may not necessarily move to the AI and advanced technology. It will continue to be the way it is. Okay, so you don't need to be scared or paranoid about technology taking away jobs. It's just a myth. A lot of things, it will take time, but the complexity of work will only increase. Okay, let's look at some more sectors. Let's look at legal area, and also let's look at the market. So if you look at the legal areas, there are certain rules that are outrightly applied. You jumped the signal, there is a camera, AI camera across Bangalore and many other cities now. There is a photo, you get a receipt. There is no investigation on it. You accept, you pay, you keep moving on. This reduces the load at traffic courts, majorly, right? Whereas if you see, there are a lot of other investigations that happen on the basis of AI. Let me give you a very classic example. So there's this one case I heard of from a very famous crime investigator, just over a brief interaction in one of the conferences. So they had a small audio clipping with a very strong jarring sound in the backdrop. So they eliminated the jarring sound and they tried to understand the voice. And it was AI that was able to detect the accused in that case. And this was not taken as primary evidence, let me tell you that. But that led them to the person who is the perpetrator, and they were able to corroborate evidences and submit it to the court. So AI can be used, but it has to be used selectively. AI will not replace humans in the field of law enforcement, but it will definitely aid to the process. So I just gave you one specific example. There are many such examples to speak of. So has it ever happened that your social media handle senses your mood? Yeah, I can see a lot of smiles, which is so true, right? Right? You want to see a content, you're engaged in that content for some time, and when you go to the next reel, you see, okay, this is pretty much my mood today. Do you think you're in control? Yeah, I heard somebody saying no, and that person seems to be aligned to my session. So Yeah. So somebody said no, like a very faint voice. It's okay. Yeah. So you're not in control, right? Because here there is a history, there is a pattern you have exhibited. How many of you have your Instagram account? Like just one gentle hands up. Right, great. What's your average time on Instagram? Like 45 minutes to an hour, let's be modest. 2.5 hours. Oh, great. So you are the right person for Meta. So you're not alone. Let me put it that way. There are many people, who of course look for good content. I look up Instagram for news. I follow Fade Uzuzu and a lot of other people who give neutral news. So I also am a consumer of Instagram. But I have never given Instagram the access to my camera. Why does Instagram need to scan me for the time that I'm seeing my phone? It's that simple, right? How many of you have now activated the facial recognition ID on Instagram? It's a multi-factor authentication. So tomorrow, if your Instagram account is compromised, on the basis of your facial ID, your account can be restored. Are you aware of this feature? It's a relatively new feature. But the flip side to this is, you have given your biometric ID to Meta for free. Until now, they had to use some algorithm. They had to scan your face multiple times to see some consistent pattern. But now, you have consented to it. You have given. I'm not against Meta. Let me tell you that I'm practically using all Meta services. But you need to be sure about what you're giving. Nothing comes for free. If there is, so let me tell you, if it's for free, then you are the product. You get it? So just keep this in mind when you go back today. If something's coming to you for free, then you are the product. It's that simple, right? So be very sure about what you're giving access, what kind of access you're giving various applications. Just quickly run through your phones and have a look at it. Okay, are we on time? Yeah, okay, because I'll go on. I have enough material. Right, okay, thank you. Please remind me if I'm going a little tangential, because I have too much to cover in a short period of time. So let me tell you about some very interesting services that are there in the AI business. Okay, there is a new model that has come, which is called as crime as a service. Have you heard of it? CAS, as they call. CAS, yeah. Something new, yeah. So it operates in a very unique model, right? So I have the IT infrastructure ready, and I will have a consumer. I sit in a third country, okay? And the consumers of this particular product may be sitting in another country, and the victims will be sitting in another country. So here, there is a jurisdiction issue. So whom will you frame a case against? It's that simple. So if you look it up post this session maybe, you'll understand how it works. So I have a technology which covers the human aspect, the technical aspect, and the financial aspect. These are three elements for a cybercrime fraud. Now I design a package. That package is so comprehensive that I cover all the technological aspects. Now I have to perpetrate a type of fraud. Okay. Now what are the different types of fraud? Now frauds are of anything where you lose money is called a cyber-enabled financial crime. But before that crime actually happens, somebody is compromised. And in most cases, it is the victim who is compromised. Now, how is a victim compromised? A victim is compromised by greed or loneliness, boredom. These are some of the underlying themes. Now, you must be inquisitive. How does this link? Most of the people who lost money in cyber-enabled financial crime have lost money because of huge returns in investment opportunities. And they clicked on some link which was WhatsApp, Telegram, or Instagram ads. Now, all this, you must be thinking, yeah, but financial crime, AI, how is this relevant? Because somebody studied you. Your behavior is compromised. Your digital footprint is known to somebody. And they know at what time to show you what, so that they hit you at the most vulnerable moment and you lose money. That's exactly how the model is. And now there is a service out there, and there are subscribers to that service, they avail that service, and they perpetrate frauds in India. This is an emerging model, and of course, law enforcement is doing its bit to curtail these kind of frauds. But again, point being, there are multiple levels of employment here. There are a lot of people who are employed for doing the frauds, and largely not physically sitting in India. They are sitting in different parts of Southeast Asian countries. And then there are people who are also operating on the ground in terms of mobilizing these funds for them, moving it into crypto, all right? And it's not that difficult for a tech-savvy fraudster to create multiple links and send it to multiple people who at the click of a button will lose money in thousands. So that's where the problem is. So technology definitely comes at a cost if you don't use it prudently. So let's look at some of the emerging challenges in terms of AI. Do you know there is this one service provider, you subscribe to them and they have a CCTV model. And they do anomaly detection there. And this is typically used and consumed by senior citizens at home, house that hold a senior citizen. It has a very classic AI model. They know that this is the only person who's supposed to be moving inside of that house, inside of that area. If they find any other anomalous behavior, they trigger a response to the concerned person who's moderating this activity. Now, for example, I have a senior citizen at home. I fix cameras at home to see there is no intrusion. Or I want to make sure that this person at home, senior citizen, is not independent. And if something happens, there is no way the senior citizen can alert to me. So I install this camera at home. Now, in the event, there is somebody who enters home without my knowledge, the AI camera will trigger. Sounds very interesting, sounds very helpful, but it has a flip side. It can be hacked. Now, if that data is compromised, your entire pattern can be studied, because these are hosted on servers which may not necessarily be in India. So what happens here is that your entire day, the chores around it, is studied. And fraudsters would know the right time. They just have to predict your pattern. So while technology has its own benefits, technology has to be used very wisely. If you don't use technology wisely, there is a challenge. So how many of you here do not turn your Wi-Fi off when you leave home? I'm sure there are a lot of people. Yeah, great. And does your phone also detect free Wi-Fi connections? Great. So you are almost 90% vulnerable to a cyber attack. It's very easy. It's very easy to hack into your phone. So there are certain very basic cyber hygiene practices which I would want to, share with you. And at the end of it, if it, becomes a good practice, I would want each of you to pass this on to senior citizens at home. And then with that, I'll conclude. So what you may have to make sure is, please make sure that if your device is not connected to any of the Bluetooth or Wi-Fi enabled devices, please turn it off. Now, Apple users, please don't, go to your home page, scroll from the top and turn it off. Just go to the settings and turn it off, because otherwise your Bluetooth and Wi-Fi is still streaming for connections. So every time there is a person out there to scam you, he looks for, and he knows that your phone is looking for free Wi-Fi, you will end up getting a malware on your phone. And that malware will be on your phone, and it will operate parallelly over a period of time, and your whole data can be compromised. So be very mindful of what kind of connectivity you're looking for establishing, one. And also, if anything's for free, then you are the product. Just remember that, okay? So I'll conclude with a few areas here. So AI can work very effectively if the data is consistent across formats. Today, most regulators struggle because they do not have data which is consistent. You must have seen that you go to, say, I'll speak of police stations. There are some police stations that have good computer facility, etc. There are some police stations in a village where every time you go to file a complaint, they will take handwritten notes. Now, how do you digitize that information? That information is lost. That is unstructured data for you. So you cannot consume it. But now there are good AI tools that can read those handwritings. They can make sense of that data which is available. And data on crime can be centrally saved somewhere. So there is some work happening by regulators on that front. AI assists you in making life easy. It does not replace human. So you have to embrace that change, use it selectively, and please do not use AI engines as Google searches, because I think that's one of the common mistake that most people make. These days, instead of going to a Google, you go to a Copilot and put your keyword, expecting you to get a much, verified information. Let me tell you, anything on the net that you see is indexed data. Do you know what is indexed data? A data which somebody decides you can see. Unindexed data is what is available on the dark web, and that's why it's one place that has everything and anything and everything, right? So if you had any social media account, you deleted it, and you think, okay, now I'm safe. My digital footprint is over. You're living in a bubble. Everything that you post online has a footprint, and it will stay for life. And lastly, for AI to be very effective, you have to define its scope. You have to tell it specifically what you want from it. And the other thing is you have to be very consistent in giving it feedback. You have to train it until the output is optimum. So unless you train it and you handle it in that manner, AI, in short, will be of no good use. Now, let me tell you something very interesting. That's the last example that I would want to speak of. Now, the last example is about a digital identity. Have you heard about this story that China has a digital ID for everybody? And you get a social credit score for your social behavior and whatever you post online. It is tightly regulated. Are you aware of this? Many other governments are working on it. So, like you have the credit score today, your digital score will also play a key role in your actual life. So be very mindful of your interaction with the internet, with what you do on the internet, and observe good cyber hygiene. On that note, I would like to end this session. Thank you so much. So we have sufficient time to take questions, and I can take some. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very intriguing and thought-provoking session. I'm sure a lot of us have a lot to take away from this. So thank you so much for that. So now the floor is open to questions. So let's proceed.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pratik, a student of first year PGTM. Firstly, I would like to thank you for this wonderful session. It was really insightful. So my question to you is that, what roles can governments and companies do to prevent the misuse of AI?
Now, that's a very nice question. Okay, let me not speak for the government, but I'll share my knowledge, okay? Your digital footprint or the consumption of data is undergoing multiple iterations of being regulated. So the data you consume, the data or your interactions on the net definitely has a footprint, and there are enough government bodies to monitor it. IP-based monitoring of sorts, website-based monitoring, everything, there is some data that is sitting in some part. So the government is definitely working on it. Yeah, AI, the only solution to AI is AI, okay? So while AI can be used for perpetrating frauds and causing disruption, AI, if made powerful, can do the same thing to counter it as well. And government initiatives are moving towards AI. So that's what it is at a very primitive level, and India is definitely in that direction. So in the next couple of months, I know some information which may be inappropriate for me to speak at this forum. But if you are an enthusiast in this area, you can look up. There are many government agencies that are based out of Delhi. They are working with Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center. So I4C is the governing body under Ministry of Home Affairs that works with various other government departments, including CDAC, CERT India, etc. So they work towards a lot of technological aspects, and they're looking at fixing all these issues. So they are the right people to probably comment. If you follow them on their page, you will know what are the advancements in this area.
Thank you, sir.
So, good afternoon, sir. My question is AI and like creating an intelligence or an illusion for today's world?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Okay. It can be interpreted both ways. Did you see, anybody who's been to Museum of the Future in Dubai, or do you know there is a museum like that?
Yes.
You can Google it. So there's this one humanoid robot there, okay? Yeah, so I'll just take this as an example and probably try to answer your question. I can't outright say that, you know, it is going to be an individual, but it is going to be somebody's brain. It can't be an individual by itself, okay? So there's this AI machine that I think the name is Sophia, I guess, I'm not sure. You'll have to look it up. So this machine, more or less, understands any question that you ask, and it is programmed in a manner where if you ask any provocative question, it chooses like a human to not answer your question. So it definitely is progressing in a direction where it is picking up human values, a very human approach. So tomorrow it would be very safe to say that, you know, it can be an individual also. You know, the scale at which human values are being embedded into robots, humanoid robots are for the future, because there are a lot of experiments going on in this direction as well. So it's very likely to be the case in future. So I don't want to speak for the future, but I can see this coming.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, anybody? Yeah, I can take some banking fraud questions because that's my domain, in case if someone's inquisitive. Banking related financial frauds, yeah. Okay, good. Right. I think that's that. I think we'll call it off. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? It's okay, no questions, right, wrong, you can always ask anybody otherwise. Okay, good then, thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. I now request our faculty, Avil sir, to please come onto the stage to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Allen. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I'll take my, yeah.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our plenary session. Now, all the students are requested to move towards the designated venues. Section A to the seminar hall, Section B to room 114, and Section C, D, E. All remaining people will be staying here. Thank you. Section A goes to seminar hall, and B to room 114. Section C, D, E stays back. Everyone, please note the attendance will be taken at your designated venues. Thank you. Section C, D, E, you can take a break for 5 minutes and return to the auditorium by 2:27. Thank you.
Check. PPT.
That is the PPT.
ಇಲ್ಲ.
Where is Namik? Hey, PPT. So you have it on WhatsApp or mail?
Mail I have it on. I'll send it to you again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have your pen?
1 minute.
Soumya. Who is the person who is selected? The student. Student. Sent. Will be here only. This is our 2024.
Rahul mailbox. Rahul mailbox.
Yes. Rahul. Yeah, this itself. Yeah. This one, sir. Can you just forward and maybe through WhatsApp or something? Okay, I got it. This one? Yeah, ethics.
One tiny question to ask you. As a part of the senior leadership team, are you still a part of the senior leadership team? No. Because due to the paucity of time, I'll have to take sentences of. I'll be saying this. Yes. I will not be mentioning this. It's okay, right? Are you mentioning this?
You can just say Suraj.
And 3 awards from
This. That's all.
This to friend is
Back. Huh?
this is back and this to the next slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will be resuming with the speaker sessions. The first speaker for this session is Mr. Suraj Chetri. Mr. Suraj Chetri completed his bachelor's in sociology from Ranchi University and PGDPM from Xavier's Institute of Social Service in 1993. He brings about an extensive experience of 32 plus years, spanning tenures in multinational companies like Bata, Bosch, GM, Textron, where he was responsible for the entire operations of the company as a deputy managing director and a member of the board, and Airbus, where he was their VP, head of HR India and South Asia, responsible for the entire HR operations of the region of South Asia and head of site Bangalore operations of Airbus India. After founding his own company in January 2026, Suche Business Advisory is into offering business advisory consulting in all areas of management, while particularly specializing in improving the entire HR ecosystem. Under his leadership since 2011, Airbus India has been conferred with various awards over the years, and he has also been recognized with many of them. A few recent prominent ones received in 2025 being National Icon Award, Top CHRO in India by Feather Torch, Top HR Innovators of India by the World Federation of HR Professionals, and 25 Influential HR Leaders in 2025 by HR Association of India, among many. He's a life member of NHRD, ISTD, and NIPM. He mentors startups, speaks at major institutions, and contributes articles to HR journals. It's our honor to welcome you, sir. We request you to please come onto the stage to deliver the address.
Thank you very much. You know, the funny thing is that we are going to talk about ethics in AI. What comes before ethics in AI? Any guesses? If you don't participate, if you don't respond, it's going to be one of those boring lectures that your professors come and give you. And you go back, not very wise, you go back otherwise after the class is over, but you get your attendance. So what comes before that? Sorry? Absolutely correct. Have we solved that problem yet? Then why are we going to talk about ethics in AI? You know why? Because both of them is correlated to one another. Garbage in, garbage out. If you put in good things, you will get out good things. You know, can anyone define Gen AI for me? I heard a professor from Harvard define it as saying, it is someone that very confidently will tell you most of the things that are not true and make you believe that that's reality. Since y'all are not married, so I can't crack the joke saying, I'm not talking about my wife. So that is Gen AI for you. And most of us accept that fact that whatever data that is thrown at us is absolutely correct, and we can trust on that, which is the largest fallacy that you will ever encounter. Now, when ethics comes to mind, what else comes to your mind also? Law, right? Ethics, law. Do you think there is any difference between ethics and law? There is, huh? What comes first? Egg or the chicken? Okay? What comes first, the egg or the chicken? You know, researchers have proved that the chicken came first because of certain DNA trends that they found in the chicken, which was not in the egg. Okay, forget about that. Yes, ethics comes first. So can we have situations where things can be ethical but not legal? Give me an example. We're talking about AI, so I'll ask you for data. Give me data. They're saying yes is nice. What is that? Okay. Okay. Okay, you're stretching your ethical boundaries, but that's fine. No one's going to die because of that definition here in class, at least, here in this auditorium. I'll give you another easier example of it is ethical but not legal. Euthanasia. Anyone knows what that is? You know, you're all looking at me like when George Bush was asked that question when he had come to Asia. People asked him the question and they said, Mr. Bush, what is your opinion about euthanasia? So Mr. Bush replied and said, the people in the US, the youth in the US are also as smart as the youth in Asia. It is basically mercy killing. It is basically when you cannot live a life, you live a life in the state of a vegetable. Is it right to give up that life? Ethically, yes, but legally, no. That is murder in many countries till now. Opposite can be true also. Give me an example. Every one of y'all, how many have motorcycles, scooters here? Raise your hand. You have to wear a helmet, right? It's legal, but is it ethical? So there are a lot of these things that you need to understand even before you talk about ethics in AI. Now, what does AI do? It takes a problem and then tries to resolve that problem. So what happens is, you have a problem, you have a rationale behind that, and then you get a solution to the problem, right? Normally things are solved that way, right? You have a problem, you think about it, whatever happens, happens, and then you get a result out of it based upon what you have studied or what analysis you've done for the problem. But the biggest problem is that it doesn't, problem solving actually in human beings doesn't work that way. You have a problem, you have a reasoning, and you have a judgment. No, it doesn't work that way. The moment you have a problem, then your intuition kicks in. This part of the brain where all the problems go through. So emotions kicked in, then you already have formed a judgment, okay? The first minute that you saw me on stage, you formed a judgment saying, should I listen to this person or not listen to this person? And if you've decided that you don't want to listen to me, the whole next 25 minutes would be just trying to find reasons why your judgment in the first place was right. Regardless of what I give you or what I tell you, it's not going to change. And that is what brings in biases into the way we think. Now let me ask you a question and say, are humans biased? Then how do you expect AI not to be biased? Are biases good? Sometimes, right? Say, for example, if I ask the boys, what's your opinion about a nice girl? Your definition about that will be completely different. You'll have a lot of explanations, and it may or may not match with when I ask the girls, what's your definition of a nice or a good boy? Right? If I ask you, if I ask the boys, does grades matter in class? The guys who've got great grades will say yes. The guys who don't have great grades will say no. If I ask all the girls, does grade matter in class? Each and every one of them will say yes. What is that? These are all biases that we are born with, we acquire it, and we sometimes inherit it. Now, coming to talk about ethical leadership, when we ourselves are not ethical, is the biggest problem in itself. But how are human beings? They may not be right, but if they've paid a price for something, that better be top quality, that better be the best product in the market. Now, this concern that you see is actually called ethical blindness. You may not know that you are ethically blind, but you are following these trends which will take you in a different direction. There's a lot of examples that I can give you where there are many things that have gone wrong with AI, right? You all read a lot of that, right? A lot of things have gone wrong with AI. Few examples. Okay. Every hiring, yeah. If you will see within seconds of you applying online, you'll get a rejection. Just because the criteria that was set was from 1 year to 2 years, and somewhere you are 2 years and 1 day extra. That doesn't have emotion or a bias or things. Straight, you get a reject. Whether the keywords are there or not there, based upon that, the AI takes a decision. Is it right? Is it wrong? That's not the discussion. The discussion today is to see how we can incorporate ethics in the leadership so that the leadership, when it is making these AI decisions, has incorporated the same ethics back into these systems. Remember the Boeing 737 MAX cases that we had? What was that? That was an AI intervention that would overtake a system because of which we had 2 fatal attacks. And then the recommendation out of that was that there should be a manual override. Microsoft Tay chatbot, that was another example. I'm just talking about 2025, where a group of people manipulated Twitter, and the AI bot started giving you very nasty, rude, harsh, racial comments when you interacted with it. Tesla Autopilot could not detect obstacles. People were killed. Crashes happened. OpenAI ChatGPT, mental health incidences where your insurances were denied without the AI giving you any logical answers of why those insurances and healthcare claims were denied. McDonald's Drive, one person got an order of 240 chicken nuggets. That can take care of all of us, including me. They had to shut it down immediately. So today, through drive-thrus in McDonald's all over the world, they don't have this bot. Grohl. Grohl? Doesn't ring a bell? Elon Musk AI bot. Grohl. Okay. What did it do? It started putting racial allegations. It started putting, vandalism claims against Klay Thompson, those 2 brothers that are great basketball players in the US. I think they play for Illinois. DeepSeek chatbot, what it did, cyber attacks in China. And there are umpteen examples of all these things that have happened. So now what you need to understand is, what is this ethical leadership, right? Ethical leadership is the practice of leading from a strong moral compass, where you say, what I do is for the interest, not of the business, but of the common interest of the society by and large, for the employees, for the stakeholders. Employees, remember, we'll talk about termination and sacking later on. Fostering a culture of fairness, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Exactly the same. So if you talk about things that involve integrity in leadership, or what we need to look at when we are forming these systems, is exactly the same. Integrity, empathy, accountability, transparency, fairness, vision, trustworthiness, reliance, respect. I don't have to explain that to y'all. Y'all are fully aware of what that means. Now let's look at where and how we need to ensure that ethical standards are maintained when we are looking at AI. Let's look at the first one, bias. You know, there are different types of biases, and all come because of the way that you code the algorithms that give you the result. And these biases basically are called machine learning biases. They can be from the historic data or from the lack of historic data. You all know, right? All AI is based upon a set of data that is manipulated, or which is the field of experiment, which is called large language models. Why is it called large? Not because of the size. I can't be, this is extra large, so that will be large because it will be smaller than me. No. It is because billions and billions of data points are used so that you can mature the system that will give you the right results. Most of the time, we are only GPs to these large models that are being perfected all over the world. You know what GP means? Thank you, guinea pigs. Because we get this, we look at the software, we go into the web, whatever is free, we download it, and then we will pump in all our data, which will help those organizations mature their language models, whether discrete or indiscrete. So there are a lot of these aspects. So what you need to do is, when you are testing, when you are getting data, when you are getting evidence, you need to ensure that there is a diversity from which you are getting the data. You have to ensure that there is rigorous checking that happens in the data that you are getting, because and you have to ensure that social biases are not there in the system. You know, Indians are the most biased people in the world, racially biased also. If I tell you Punjabi, what can you think of? You can only think of jokes, no? If I talk about Tamilians, what will you think of? You know, immediately those biases come into our picture. And we have no hesitation in cracking jokes about it, watching reels about it, encouraging it, and giving it a thumbs up. And then we say, no, we are a very clean society. We don't believe in biases at all. Who says we are biased? So those are the things that when you're making the software, when you're making the algorithms, that you need to be aware of. Transparency and accountability. The algorithms, the way it is developed, should be absolutely clear. Because what happens is, there is a loop of feedback that feeds into the system, and the system learns from that feedback itself. And there have been many cases where AI, you started with something, and then AI, the final result has been a complete black box. No one knows, like I told you, the financial claims that were shot down for all the healthcare. No one knows why they were rejected, but they were rejected, and there is no feedback from the system. So you have to ensure that that is there. Privacy concerns, it can take your data, any data, publish it anywhere, and it cares two hoots about it. So you have to ensure that there is privacy also. Then only can the bots that you make, the algorithms that you make, the models that you make, the programs that you make can be ethically compliant. Now you talk about job displacement, right? AI is taking away jobs. But that is also an ethical concern of leadership, that if there is someone that is losing out on a job, which basically means the organization can do the work faster at a more efficient cost, what are you doing with these people that will lose their jobs or have lost their jobs? Are you doing something? And I say, what can we do? They are redundant. Organizations will tell you. You can train them, you can retrain them, you can make them focus on different aspects. And I always say, the 5 minutes left? Thank you. I always say that the only digital gawar of the 21st century is someone who thinks he knows everything. Learning is a continuous process that will follow you to the grave. And we are not even talking about the environmental issues. You know, when you see transport, road transport, when you see flights going on top, oh, smoke, they're detecting, they're taking out smoke, they're polluting the environment. When we see chimneys taking out smoke from industries, we say we are polluting the environment. You know, IT is the most pollutant as far as environment is concerned because of the data, the energy that it uses for the processing of all this data that is available. Who's thinking about that? So those are the aspects when we talk about ethical leadership in AI, those are the things that we need to take care of. How do we manage it? We manage it in the sense by developing ethical guidelines that everyone needs to follow. And there are no standard guidelines so far. IEEE has taken out a few standards that are acceptable, not acceptable to the others, but there has to be ethical standards, like their management principles. If I ask you the 4 P's of Kotler at my time, now it's become 7 P's or 8 P's, you'll be able to tell me all the P's or the M's. That's the way you should have, ethical guidelines. Training and education we talked about. Establishing ethical review boards that they should go through, the software should go through even before they are stamped and approved and authorized for implementation. Promote open dialogues. Talk about in forums like this about what are the concerns, what are the things we need to focus upon. So when you start working on AI models, that you are conscious that these are the things that we need to take care. And of course, like everything, there has to be a continuous monitoring, and we need to make sure that we do this all the time so that AI does not get out of hand because of the few people that can bias it to the disadvantage of the many in the world. Today, technology is changing fast. Something is here today, it's gone tomorrow. But I think the basic thing that remains the same is the leadership behind this technology. And if we can groom and train the leaders, I think we can do what we want to do in the future with AI, because end of the day, you will never have AI without HI, right? Without human intelligence, you can't have artificial intelligence. And if you need return on investment, HI plus ROI will only give, HI plus AI will only give you ROI. Otherwise, it will cause more legal problems, more ethical problems, and various other problems that we have not even started thinking about. So that, in a nutshell, is how you can include the human in the loop or the human-centric approach to the leadership in AI, that when you have these models ready, that they are not going to cause a disturbance, they are not going to cause accidents, they're not going to cause damage, they're not going to overthrow governments, that they're not going to cause chaos in the energy sector, but we will be in control. How many of y'all watch Terminator series? What does Arnold Schwarzenegger say at the end every time? I will be back. And the next time he comes back, he's even more scarier, and he's much more smarter and much more adaptive. But I think what our job is to ensure that the Terminators that come out can be defeated in the years to come, and they don't overpower humanity. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for that informative and insightful session. Kindly note the floor is open to questions. So if anybody wishes to ask, kindly go forward.
Check, yeah. Easy questions, huh? Otherwise, you know, the smart way is what? Say good question and ask the others to give the answer.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pratik, a student of first year PGTM. My question to you is, what are the few regulations and corporations and some laws which can be made by countries all across the world to regulate AI from biases like social bias or something?
So I think the way it has been done in the software industry, we have certain standards that everyone follows. There is a path of development. Earlier it used to be waterfall, and now it has gone to, agile, things like that. I think that's what needs to be done. But I think the 3 principles of Gandhi should be adopted into AI. Bura mat suno, bura mat kaho, bura mat karo. I think if you do that, and then you implement it into the system, it will cause chaos. So I think with time, there will be standards that will be involved. They already are. So I think we'll just have to wait and watch for those to come. But collaboration is important between the countries. If China says that I will not implement what US is doing, and US says I don't care about anyone else in the world, then we will have chaos.
Thank you, sir.
Good? Either y'all have understood everything or you've understood nothing. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Gagandeep, sir, to facilitate our guest speaker with a token of our appreciation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next speaker for the day is Mr. Udayan Banerjee. Mr. Banerjee has more than 3 decades of experience in the IT industry and retired from active corporate service about a decade ago. He continues to engage with industry through associations such as TSDSI and CCICI, and through advisory roles with several startups. He is a co-inventor on multiple US patents in areas spanning software engineering, US user interface design, and digital systems, and has authored peer-reviewed research publications on cloud computing and digital systems. In recent years, his work has focused on understanding and writing about the societal impact of artificial intelligence, particularly its implications for work, learning, decision-making, and leadership. His current interests include how AI reshapes employment and social structures, who benefits most from AI, how learning itself is changing in the age of AI, and why AI is likely to fundamentally transform education. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Udayan Banerjee. Sir, we welcome you to the stage, please.
Thank you.
The stage is all yours, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Does any of you here say that AI is not going to impact the job market? Right, unanimous? So let's start from there. Suraj mentioned that redundancy in an organization is a leadership problem. But I'm saying that redundancy in the society is a societal problem. It is probably the largest ethical question that is facing us. Now the question is, how do we tackle that? Do we have to create a new societal norm to tackle this? Or is it that the current systems will evolve to take care of that? So before that, let's just look at when we say that nature of work is changing, we have to say what exactly is changing. So recently, Forbes had published a report saying that there are 40% of the organization who had made a large-scale replacement of people with AI is now saying that they regret the decision. And at the same time, there's probably a news item yesterday about Google. Google says that all those employees who cannot adapt to AI is likely to be, like they have to think of voluntary retirement. Now, there are two contradictory things. Why is that Forbes is saying something, and why is Google saying something entirely different? For that, we have to actually understand that they are actually really talking about two different things. In case of Forbes, they are talking about job replacement. And in case of Google, they're not saying that the job is becoming redundant. They're saying that you have to acquire AI skills so that you can do the same job better, which means they're talking about skills which earlier you would do, but now AI is able to do it better, so that you have to learn how to use AI to do your job better. For example, if you look at this slide, I'm sure you can make out that this is generated by AI. Right? 10 years back, I would have created this manually. But now I'm creating this using AI, and I'm leveraging the AI to make this presentation, whereas I'm still delivering the presentation. So that's the difference. So now the question is that there are certain skills which are being taken over by AI. And then if you can look at it, that every skill that is there, because of AI, there is going to be a decay in terms of how useful it is for you to learn that skill. Today, whatever is cutting-edge skill, over a period of time, it is likely to be taken over by AI slowly, and the value of the skill will go down. And the question really boils down to is that the existing skill, it is decaying, and if you have that skill, you are losing out to AI. But there's people say that, okay, no, there will be new skills that will be required, which is you have to shift to that, and this will balance out. But the question is that the old skill which is being taken over by AI, will it get replaced at the same rate as a new skill that is getting developed? Getting new skills that will be required in the future. And the question now mostly is that, is the new skills coming out faster or the old skills are dying faster? So if the old skills are dying faster, that means there's going to be redundancy in the whole system. That means people are going to lose jobs, and there'll be people who are not will find difficulty in employment. So which means that there is a large portion of people who will actually get excluded from the system because their skills are redundant. And this is in a way more disturbing than exploitation. In the last century, in the capitalistic system, the biggest complaint against capitalism was that it is exploiting people. Today, people are not being exploited, they're being excluded. And in a way, it's more scary. When you are exploiting, the people are still inside the system. They are required, but they are not getting their due. But when you are excluded, you're not in the system. Like, for example, you look at Uber. Uber or any of the drive-hailing applications say that they are exploiting the drivers. But they still today need the drivers to drive the car. Without that, they can't function. So drivers do have some bargaining power. But if tomorrow you get a self-driving car, what happens? The drivers are excluded, and they can do nothing about it. So exclusion is actually about a bigger challenge than exploitation. And the question now is that how is the society going to gear up to ensure that the exclusion doesn't become the biggest social problem that we have? So do we have to redo capitalism, go back to socialism, talk about universal basic income and all that? Or is there a way that society will automatically do something so that this exclusion doesn't happen? There's an interesting thing that in capitalism cannot survive without demand. You might keep improving the efficiency of an organization, and the whole society may keep improving their organization through return of investment with lesser people, more productive. But what is likely to happen is that because people are losing their job, the overall demands will come down. Then you will not have a market to sell your goods because people are not earning. And how does a market react to this? So there's a very interesting example now that if you look at the US-China trade imbalance, China is selling goods to US, and they have a huge surplus. And US is running a deficit. And what happens? If China allows for their currency to float, they'll not be able to sell the goods to US. So what do? They keep buying US bonds and circulate back the money to US so that the demand is retained. So it's not really an example of, in a way, it's an example where your demand is getting generated by the person who's creating, by giving money to the one who's going to buy it. So the capitalism cannot afford to crush the demand. So at some point of time, it has to come back and say that I have to figure out a mechanism by which the demand gets generated so that I can sell the goods. And so it has to figure out a mechanism by which you have to not only look at just the efficiency and remove people, but you also have to figure out how those people can earn later. So today, every capital investment is measured based on return on investment. You invest based on return on investment, right? That's the first thing you see on everywhere, whenever you are doing any management. But if you follow that, what you are really doing is, you are improving the efficiency, removing the human. They get excluded from the system, and your demand comes down. So there has to be a method by which ROI is not the only method by which you are investing. And there are certain things that are already visible in the industry which says that ROI is not always the thing that is going to deliver it was not going to be the one which is going to be the deciding factor for the investment. So one thing is which is already visible is our whole system of this venture capital and startup ecosystem. So that doesn't really work on return on investment. You are actually selling a project which is based on a belief that it will at some point of time might succeed. So this becomes, when the venture capitalist invests, he's not looking at ROI, he's looking at, if I invest on 100 projects, and if one succeed and all the 99 fail, I'll still make my money. So there is something about selling the belief that this might work. So that's one point where it is beyond the beyond return on investment. Next thing you look at is, it's about legitimacy. There are many projects which are not based on return on investment. You do something because the society needs that. There are cases it is not only in case of philanthropy, it is spending by the government, it's spending for a social cause, it's a corporate social responsibility. These are not guided by return on investment. So these things, when it happens, you will not only look at efficiency, you will look at how the society is legitimizing this whole thing. And so this becomes the second alternative by which you can make the investment or liquidity injection. And the finally third one which comes out is that meaning. Meaning is typically, like if you look at Mukesh Ambani buying Mumbai Indians, why did he do that? It's not a return on investment game, because he wanted to do it to give a meaning to what he is doing, so that it's a visibility and all that. So these are the three things that will guide in the future of how the money which will go to the people who will have, there'll be new methods of looking at how the capital will flow to generate liquidity in the market. So ROI is the first one, and then there'll be belief which will measure possibility. Then there will be legitimacy which measures justification, and then there will be meaning which measures identity. And now the question is for you to, what do you do to adapt to the new climate? And what should you do? And typically there are two strategies. One is a defensive strategy for your skill, and one there is an offensive strategy. So defensive strategy is typically that whatever you learn today, over a period of time, maybe 5 years, that will probably start becoming obsolete, and you have to learn something new. And so to do that, there also you can leverage AI, and there are two ways you can do that. One is you can leverage the AI tools that are available to do your jobs better, and you can also use AI to learn something which is totally different, which you don't know today. So that's more of a defensive skill, so that you can move along and learn something new, go to the next job, do something different. And then we come to the offensive skill, where you learn to attract the capital or the liquidity to yourself through the three things that we saw earlier. There is create projects which will support, which will attract liquidity through belief, or look at legitimacy, or through meaning. And these are the more of an offensive strategy. It is to be, you don't wait for something to happen, and you then make those things happen. So that's basically that's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Yes. Any questions?
Good evening, sir. I'm Pratik, a student of first year PGTM. Sir, so if you look at decades, in the 2000s, people were doing manual work. But when we moved to 2010s, it was more about internet and digitalization. And when we moved to the 2020s, it's about AI and other things. So, sir, my question to you is, you've spoken about jobs and how AI is transforming the jobs. So, sir, could you delve a little bit deep into how the jobs that we do in the next 5 to 10 years is going to change?
Yeah, so I think the most important answer to this is that it's very difficult to say what is going to change. So you are entering a world where you don't know what is going to be 10 years down the line. The only thing that you know is that, rather only thing that you should learn is how do you adapt to what is coming, how fast can you do that? And that is where the use of AI, that was I was saying, the defensive strategy of using AI to learn is the most important skill probably today. AI allows you to learn something much faster than traditional method. If you know how to do it, if you know how to leverage it, you can learn it very fast. And on the other hand, there are AI tools which will help you to do your job much better. And for you, it's important to master those skills. So if you master these two, that is, use AI wherever you possible in your job, and use AI to learn a new job, then you will be able to tackle whatever is coming next. Because we don't know what's going to come next. We don't know what is going to happen next. Which jobs will get redundant, which way the AI will move. So that's the answer.
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I ask you another question,
yeah,
sir?
Sure.
Sir, is it reliable to trust AI right now in sectors like finance and law, where confidentiality is very important?
So the using AI is a tricky thing. You can just ask a question, get an answer, and assume that that is the thing without applying your judgment. That is not the way to do it. You need to have a conversation with the AI and leading up to what you want. And then you have to go back and probably cross-check it, if possible, with another AI. Like you might use ChatGPT, ask something, it may tell you something, you might come to a conclusion. The best thing probably next will be to take the same thing and ask Gemini, is this correct? And if you want another, you can go and ask Grok. And then you see that if there are three, and what it is saying, and you have to use your judgment to see, is it saying what is correct or not? So your judgment doesn't go away. That's what makes you different.
Thank you so much, sir.
So, hello sir, my name is Merlin.
Yeah.
So, the question which I'm going to ask can sound very lame, but my question is, can AI reduce global poverty?
I think you know the answer. It's no. It's human who has to do it. Human can use AI to accelerate it, but AI itself cannot do that. AI is only a tool.
But there is a lot of misconception right now. Like a lot of people are actually fully rely on AI for the data and everything. So I wanted to have a conversation about that, and what's your thoughts on it?
So it's like this. AI will improve productivity. It will start manufacturing goods which are much cheaper. Now the question is about redistribution. Are you ready to give the goods to everybody so that people are not poor, people are not going hungry, people have everything? And that's a societal question. That will not be decided by AI. But there is one interesting thing which is happening today, which you would have noticed, something called the concept of freemium. Right? The companies will give you something free, 80% of it will be free, and 20% will be premium, which is for which they'll charge. So if you extend that logic, when cost of production becomes close to zero, the company will be incentivized to give more things free so that people can consume that and charge for the premium because the cost is zero. So in a way, if that becomes a big movement, then the basic needs can get met by the companies by who's giving it free as a freemium and charging for the specialized services. So in a way, that may be a way forward for what you are asking.
Thank you.
Any other question? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that enlightening session. May I kindly request Professor Gagandeep to present a token of our appreciation to our esteemed speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, audience. We will be breaking for tea right now. Refreshments will be provided at Xavier's Hall. All students are requested to report back to Loyola at 3:50 sharp. Thank you. And welcome to our panel discussion on the future of work, humans, AI, and the new social contract. As AI reshapes jobs, collaboration, and societal norms, this conversation will explore how we forge a balanced new social contract. Moderating today's insightful dialogue is Ms. Gagi Verma. Ms. Verma is a seasoned HR leader with over 20 years of global and domestic experience at leading IT organizations in Bangalore. She has previously led people functions at organizations such as Dell, L&T Technology Services, and ACS, driving strategic AI-enabled HR transformations for enterprises of up to 150,000 employees. Partnering closely with C-suite leaders, she focuses on boosting productivity, optimizing costs, and elevating end-to-end employee experience. A strong advocate of HR best practices and culture building, Ms. Verma is a certified lead auditor and HIPAA professional and has contributed to the profession through international paper presentations and her past role on the Bangalore NHRD chapter's executive committee. Recognized with HR Leadership Excellence Awards and as an inspired young visionary by the University of Engineering and Management and Institute of Engineering and Management HR Leadership Conclave. She is also a Harvard Business School alumna. Her work emphasizes innovative, trust-based people practices that empower organizations to adapt to evolving work paradigms. A warm welcome, ma'am. Our first panelist for the day is Mr. Rajesh Bernard. Mr. Bernard is a 3X founder, investor, and mentor building deep technology across AI-first data pipelines, composable commerce, and frontier areas like quantum communication. Mr. Bernard currently advises on AI and technology for Manipal FinTech while continuing on the capable of Smarter Biz and VoiceWorks, which together have raised 50+ crore and powers large enterprises with scalable AI and marketplace operations. A 2000 graduate of St. Joseph's College of Business Administration, Mr. Bernard began his career in telecom and semiconductor IP at Decanet Designs, contributing to one of India's first exported semiconductor IP cores and helping reduce dependence on foreign switching systems. He later moved into defense technology, driving indigenization and large-scale deployment of nearly 1,000 border security radar systems across India. In 2014, Mr. Bernard founded Smarter Biz to build AI-first speech-to-text platforms, and in 2017, scaled enterprise deployments with clients like SBI credit cards, well before AI went mainstream. He subsequently incubated VoiceWorks to pioneer remote, gray-collar, gig-based customer experience models, reflecting his continuing focus on AI platforms and national scale systems and the future of work. Welcome, sir. Please join us on stage.
It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Srinath Gururaja Rao, a seasoned HR leader and entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience across manufacturing, IT, telecom, media, and banking sectors. Mr. Srinath is the founder and CEO of Groven Solutions, advisor to the board of Nextwell AI, and managing partner at Niche HR Global. Previously, he has held leadership roles at Tech Mahindra, Capgemini, Nextwell Incorporation, and most recently as Senior Vice President HR at Simple Energy, where he drove digital HR innovation, leadership development, and workforce transformation. Recognized by Forbes, the Great Manager Institute, the World HRD Congress, and Mercer for excellence in AI-driven HR practices, Mr. Srinath has authored 6 HR technology IPs and champions agile, high-performing, and future-ready workspaces. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to you, sir. Our fourth panelist for the day is Mr. Nikhil Anto. Mr. Nikhil Anto is currently working as a senior manager investment consulting at Aon, a globally recognized professional services firm. He is responsible for managing the investment strategy and economics, as well as the US performance reporting teams within Aon's offshore investment consulting function. With strong expertise in capital markets analysis, investment strategy, and performance reporting, he plays a key role in supporting global investment decision-making and delivering high-quality consulting outcomes. Mr. Nikhil is an alumnus of St. Joseph's Institute of Management and brings a blend of academic excellence with practical experience. We are honored to have him with us today, and we look forward to gaining valuable insights from his professional journey. Join me in welcoming him to the dais. Thank you, everyone. Wishing you all a fruitful session.
Good evening, everybody. How's the energy levels? It's the last session for the day. All right, I know you've been hearing a lot on the key topic today on the HR and the AI and the ethics and the subject around that. So the four of us have come together. I'm indeed glad and delighted to be moderating the session for all of you. And happy to have this a participative session. I hope you all will participate in this session. I know it's the last session for the day before you all close, but give me a thumbs up if you all are willing to have a participative session. Thank you so much. So, so Udyan spoke about, in the previous session, Udyan spoke about social contracts. Before I really dive into what exactly each panel is going to be covering today, I want to understand two things from you. How many of you use AI in your regular routine social life? Not at school, not in the classes, but how many of you use AI in your social life, like family, friends, workouts, group classes, sports? Can someone raise their hand? Okay, can someone tell me where exactly you use your AI? Sorry? Chat GPTs, what about videos? Someone needs to get up, I'm not able to hear at all. Yes? Sorry? You need to be a little louder because I can't hear you and we can't hear you as well. Sorry? Okay, what else? What about your WhatsApp status, your Insta statuses, your shopping, your bills?
Mails.
Mails. Okay, you use AI in mails as well. Okay? Okay. The second question I have for you is that there's a lot of talk about the social contracts, right? Now, I know AI is all over. You all will use it for mails, your classroom reports to be done and all of that. But as a part of the social contract, with reference to AI, there was a lady in the session before, and she asked a beautiful question that in the current scheme of things, the social contract, what's changing? And her question to Udyan sir was, can poverty go away with AI, right? So question back to you. Everybody's talking about social, everybody's talking about AI. In our world of organization, when you talk about an employer, we speak about contracts in terms of what the policies and procedures are, right? Now, if you see 20 years back, the policies and procedures were rule books, like attendance, coming to office, listening to what the manager says, going through the policies and procedures. And it was like, it was nothing but you had to do it like a rule book. Coming into the office at that time, going, and the HR was like all, rules and regulations all over. But has the world changed now? Yes, absolutely, because now it is no more about policies, it is no more about processes, it is no more about rule books. It's about your thinking mind, and it's all about employability. Now, employability has become such a big competition that it's about the skill that you bring to the workplace, and it is about what you can contribute to the organization. And in the new ways of working, the organizations are changing their ways of contributing their norms to the employees. It's very, very employee belongingness driven. So a question back to all of you. Any of you all think in your own life, what are the social contracts that you all see? I mean, I heard that word social contracts, but there are very simple things in life. I want to see who can get back to me and tell me what are the social contracts in your life which are changing in your day-to-day routine? Any examples which you see in your daily routine at home? It could be a vegetable vendor, it could be your housekeeping help, it could be your any other services. Any examples that you all see which is changing? Okay, it's quite a quiet floor. So should I pick up? The first gentleman here. Would you, yes. Would you know of any social contract which is changing in your life?
I think it would be the MyGate services app in my society.
Yes.
I always get notifications when I, order maybe Swiggy or Instamart.
Okay.
So that is something which is changing today in today's life.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any one more example? Yes. The lady at the back. Anybody? Okay, what about your housemaid services? What about your housekeeping staff? I mean, it's AI all over. You know, the word about the VUCA world is spoken about so much. The world is absolutely disrupted. There was one more question which came, that is world changing? Yes, world is changing. So before I actually bore all of you, I want to hear from my panel. I'll start with Srinath. And Srinath, the reason why I'm able to relate to him first is he also comes from the HR world and has extensive experience. He has worked with both the kind of staff that would say, blue collar, white collar, and the corporate staff. And especially the one thing which I really liked about is the technology tools that he's developed. So I would like to hear from you on what exactly has impacted the AI world in your space.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You know why Gargi asked so many questions? One, to engage and also spend some time with you guys to understand what would you want and what is your thinking about AI. Thank you so much, Gargi. So with AI, I think a lot of things have changed. I was here a little earlier today to understand and learn from the speakers and also from the amazing questions that students put forth. What we constantly keep hearing these days is the bias, the controls, the governance that is required, the rules and regulatory mechanisms that is needed to control AI. But look at the flip side of that in terms of what positive things have come out of that, right? Today you have hospital surgeries performing much more surgeries in a day using AI, right? You have school admissions, lakhs of students getting admitted, the assessments, the operational administration backend being driven by AI. You have airlines, aircrafts being manufactured using virtual reality. I have few thousand employees who have to be onboarded into a manufacturing facility with expensive machinery, right? If I have to train them on the actual machine, it would cost me time, labor, and effort. AI in virtual reality is able to simulate that world for me in much lesser cost and more effectively in the language that the person understands better, not trust them with a global language, and get a better outcome of the equipment, time, and labor into the blue-collar jobs, right? And if you look at assessments today, the assessment industry has taken a huge leap in terms of utilizing AI, right? Today we understand we can incorporate huge learning language models. Somebody earlier, mentioned that if you put in garbage, you get out garbage, and that has been true for ages now, right? For centuries now. And VUCA, that Gargi mentioned, VUCA has always been true. If you sit in on the seashore and expect there is no risk, if you don't sail, there is no risk, right? You're sitting on the shore. Only when you venture out, the risks will come, the VUCA will come, and you have to navigate those challenges. And AI is simply a tool which will better if you put things better, and if you're able to understand, if you're able to churn out things which are more meaningful. So do not be scared of AI. Today, I've built an organization in the last 4 months after 25 years of career in HR, right? So we are just 4 people, right? We are just 4 people today, have built 6 products, completely end-to-end enterprise products, supporting banking industry, supporting assessment industry, supporting learning industry, and we are also venturing into the legal, administration enterprise application. Just 4 people are able to accomplish what 5,000 would have been needed to build all this and test, and would have taken 3 to 4 years to just launch that app. Today, we are able to do it in a matter of months and full enterprise grade with proper end-to-end checks and balances. So today, the possibility, the genie is in your hand. It is up to you, what do you ask out of that genie, right? If you want good things will come out. I'll give you a very short classic example of what we were able to accomplish in my previous stint as HR when we got awarded with, by Mercer for excellence in HR practice. We had about, 10,000 employees across the board and different geographies, right? Spread across the country and, external countries as well. So we had a lot of, information about absence and due to sickness, right? And everybody, we had a insurance plan, I'm sure all of you have. And we wanted to understand what is the pattern of diseases, how are we able to contain those by using artificial intelligence. I'm not talking about 2 years back, I'm talking about 2018 when we started. We used Watson from IBM, right? That was the first big machine which could compute large data sets and throw out inputs, meaningful data. And when we studied the pattern of sickness, illness, and repeatability customized to the geographies, we were able to understand what is happening with our workforce and what are the illnesses that are plaguing in what seasons. And then we took that data, of course, with consent and guardrails that are built into ensuring that it is not misused in any manner. We were able to go back and feed that data into IBM's Watson way back and predict what is the possibility of recurrence of a particular type of illness in a particular geography or a office space, right? So I had, in October season, I had in Calcutta gastronomic troubles. A lot of sweets, Durga Puja is going on, right? And Diwali you had burn issues because of crackers and so on and so forth. So then we went to our insurer and said, you know what, this is the pattern for last 5 years of data. You tell me, how can you prevent this with doing a proper engagement with our employees, right? So we engaged them. My absenteeism dropped down from 13% to 4%, and that kept consistently at 4%. Then we engaged with multiple stakeholders to make that better and engage better. So this was one beautiful case that helped, and it reduced absenteeism, it improved productivity, people were much happier, and we were able to predict better in terms of churn, in terms of efficiency of the operations, in terms of how we use AI ethically to benefit the population, society, and at large. Of course, when I say society, because employees could extend that same engagement pattern to their parents, right? Who are 60 plus, 50 plus, and who are on the cusp of getting more ill, right? So we were able to prevent so many pre-diabetic cases and bring them back to the fold. So AI can, if used properly, you can do wonders, and definitely it is possible today. And it is possible simply because you don't have to learn that language anymore. If you have read Elon Musk's tweet 2 days back, he mentioned that you just have to use your own language to command a piece of semiconductor to do what it wants, and it is inserted in the head as Neuralink. I don't know how many of you have read. It is able to make decisions for you, it is able to guide you, it is able to bring intelligence, augment the intelligence that you already have. So another thing I want to mention here is our mind has 100 billion neurons. That's the computing capacity of the brain. Today, AI is not even close anywhere. So don't worry, human capacity, human potential, human abilities will always eclipse what is artificial. That is my firm belief, and with that I will hand it back to Gagi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Srinath. That was wonderful. So one thing Srinath spoke about was on data and predictability. So what is AI? How does it write the algorithms? AI will start understanding, because AI is all about data. It's all about data what you feed in. Whether you feed in good, you get good. If you, whatever information that you want, it starts reading that. And sometimes what happens is that there'll be a time coming soon that the AI will start understanding the language and start talking to you because it understands the LLM, right? So then you have to continue that. And there was one gentleman who asked this question that, is the data secured? We're not sure about that, is it? Because it's a lot of data going up, and Google is all about data, the AI is all about data, right? So it's about the technology and it's about being productive. So coming back to Nikhil, right? Nikhil has a vast expertise in the finance domain, the pension fund. So he's also done a lot of work around that. So want to hear from you, Nikhil. How do you think has AI impacted your world? Because I know there are a lot of students here from your domain. So would you like to share some thoughts, please?
AI have made my life very easy. It's very easy right now because a lot of grunt work is done by the model. So I get time to be lazy at my work, if you ask me. To quote you an example, in our world, what we do is, in finance, we try to understand which is the most cheaply valued country, right? So if I connect with you people, we look at the forward PE, we look at the PE, we look at the earnings revision ratios, and we look at it historically for past 15 years to understand whether the technology companies by PE as a ratio is cheaper now. Then we compare it with the European markets, we compare with the emerging markets, we compare it with some Indonesian or new ASEAN markets. So valuation is a kind of analysis which we do. And if you ask me, it's a grunt work. I'll have to sit, I'll have to put it into models, I have to put charts, I need to understand. It takes a lot of time. Now I just ask my model, which is the most cheapest. It does everything for me. So it has made my life easy. One more example. We have a performance reporting team. We build dashboards for our clients. So at times you get stuck with which DAX formula to write if you guys are using Power BI. So it used to take some hours to understand how to write it, code it. Last week, I just inputted my spreadsheet and I told it, I need this output. It gave me the DAX. I copied and pasted it. It worked. And my client is happy. But honestly speaking, I still don't know how it did it. I got the result. But it's up to me to go now over the weekend, sit and understand how the model did it. However, if you ask me, it has made our life very easy. We can get all the grunt work done through AI, which gives us time to do more value-added stuff.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm really happy that you are at least listening, which is good. The other aspect to what Nikhil spoke is that finance is one side, HR is one side, operations is one side, business is one side, and business is a team which actually generates the revenue for us, and supported is the marketing and sales, right? And this is something that I'm hearing, that the algorithms are helping our sales and revenue pick up so much that there is a drop in the effort that is being put by the sales staff, but then there's an increase in ROI which is happening, which is actually helping the business grow. So moving on to an expertise who's been a founder of 3X Founder. So Rajesh, I want to hear from you on your perspective on the impact that AI can make in your world. Post which I'll pick up on the skills and performance as well.
Thank you. Hi guys. I am Rajesh and I was there 20 years back. I'm going to give you 3 things. Thank you. Thank you. As well, Nikhil as well. I'm going to give you 3 things which also cover some of the essence that's happening over here. Number 1, what's the future in the next 15 years? Number 2, why you guys are as good or can be as good as someone coming from IIT, computer science, 400 rank students. And number 3, I'll give you an assignment for you guys, and the next 2 months, you can reach out to me through LinkedIn, and next 2 months, if you complete that assignment, and if I like it, I'll pick up 2 of you guys and a mentor. Is it fair enough? Good. So let's start with the first one. And I'll try to keep it up in 5 minutes because she's going to get angry. So in the next 15 years, what changes that's going to come is going to be immense. You can be arrogant about thinking every single job workflow that you see will not be there. Think about telling to, I don't know to you, but if I talk about telling to somebody that in the 1970s and 80s, India did not have a black and white TV and a telephone landline, it is very difficult for you guys to imagine what would have we done, right? Between 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the evening, what would have been done? But the same kind of a change you're seeing today will happen in the next 15 years worldwide. So 80% of all the jobs that are there will not be there. So then what happens, right? And this is where you guys will come in. This is where you guys, humanity, it's a problem that humanity will face right from CEO to the office boy, because physical AI will come and replace even the guy who's giving you coffee. The entire humanity will have to face this problem from the CEO. Again, I'm reiterating, from the CEO to the local guy. So humanity will evolve and figure out how to make this happen. Where is the money coming in and who will buy things, right? So in the next 15 years, if this is the problem, what are we going to study? Especially people who are just finishing 18 years old, what are they going to study? I have kids, and the question is what we have to study. One of the things that
always you need to learn, you need to keep this in mind, and it helped me a lot. I built 3 companies in semiconductor, which India is craving to have. And right now we are in the cusp of maybe defining how quantum computing and quantum communications can communicate so that we can write the protocol like people wrote the protocol from Sweden for 2G, 3G, 4G networks. So this is the cusp of this time that you guys are coming to the workforce, right? So in this time, what are we going to study? What we need to study? What we have studied, what happens? So the future of AI, or AI and the future of work is not only limited to work. It's I would extend it to the future of AI and the future of work, learn, and courage. Because you need to make sure that how can you be a part of improbables? Let me tell you that again. Improbables are not important. They are very important. The problem is how many improbables can you stretch your hands with, right? There are thousands of AI products today, right? There are thousands of developments happening every day. You don't even have a track of it. How, as you guys, would be on top of it? The only way you can do is learn to learn. That means when you get your certificate here today, it has an expiry date. When we left, the expiry date of our certificate was at least 5 to 6 years, because we had a path to go. But for you guys, your certificate is an expiry date. You need to learn. That's the first thing that you need to take to see and be prepared for the next 15 years. Because if you are not doing that, in 6 years, the wealth will go. Just think about it. 20 years back to now, all the millionaires and the billionaires, 80% are new guys. We call it in Tamil, pudu money, pudu pano. It's all new money, and most of it is from engineers. Engineers have made that money, right? Which means that gives an opportunity for all of you guys. And so the next 15 years will come from that. Most of it, I bet, will come from teen entrepreneurs. They're going to come after you because they're coming with a different stack of learning. You have no idea what learning they're coming from. That gives the question as to second part of it, right? Why are you guys, and you guys could be equal to any of the guys coming out from any college? The LLMs that are built today are your infinite mind. It is the knowledge, the wisdom of the world, of humanity that is coming at your fingertips, which means that you have infinite minds that can work for you if you know how to make them work, right? Are you guys with me on this? Great. Now, how do you channel that for your advantage? How do you channel that to create wealth? How do you channel that to create impact? Those are the metrics that you can actually optimize. Like Srinath was saying, that how you can talk your language. Today, 20 years back when we came out, being an engineer, learning, having to code was brilliant. How many of you saw the movie The Social of Mark Zuckerberg? Oh, others all have to see, because we grew up in that brutal generation. It is how fast you can speak, how fast you can code, how better you can code, and how you can do all three better. Today, we are living in a time of abundance, right? We moved from industrial to office to now knowledge. There's an abundance of knowledge. And now here, coding is not a skill at all. Software codes are in the billions now. You can code by your natural language. So then what you can do is, because it is leveling up to what you think, it is not engineering products anymore. And you guys come from management, you guys come from business, and the business guys can actually create products. It is not coding, it is managing agents. Right? You can actually, with voice over, build agents, and build agents such a way that they are going to solve a specific problem. You guys are here, 300 people. You guys will have 3,000 problems that you think is a problem. And you can validate it in just 35 days. That's why I told you, in less than a month, you can build these. So my third point is, if you can do it, my third point is, take a problem statement. Build an agentic solution, meaning it's not a chat, you tell and give an answer. It goes and does a specific task and comes back, right? And you can build it by yourself. You can build it by yourself just asking that. Once you're able to do that, reach out to me in LinkedIn, tell me what you have done. If I'm interested, I'll ping you back. At least what I would have made you do is, every one of you build one agentic work. You can start with building WhatsApp. How many of you use WhatsApp? Do you know that you can build WhatsApp in less than four weeks without an engineer with you? It took WhatsApp about an army of engineers to build, about a dozen top-end engineers to do. So build some of the softwares that you have just by using AI, and you can do it in 4 weeks, and then you can build an agent over it, and you're done, and you will see how surprising it is, right? So these are the 3 things I want to give it to you all, so that the future that you're entering is much, much more opportunistic, like what Srinath said, and much more opportunities to create wealth. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Rajesh. I think one key takeaway from his topic is that the change is dynamic and it's very fast. Until two key things that he spoke about, you need to unlearn to learn, and that's the need of the hour right now. Back in the COVID times, things were different. In the AI world, things are different. But starting 2026, if you see, everybody is talking about explainable AI. Agentic AI is also gone now, it's explainable AI. But what's actually withering is the skill gap, right? And if you see, the organizations are now transforming from going the conventional way to actually skill-based hiring. So like Rajesh said, you got the skill, you got it on the table, because that's what the organizations own right now. So let me ask Nikhil this question. What is it that one advice you would like to share with the students here in terms of what is it that they can start being more efficient in managing their finance skills to be future ready and being productive maybe 5 years down the line?
Yep, that's a very interesting question. See, AI is, I'll tell you, you're fortunate and unfortunate. You're fortunate because work gets done very easy. As I told that it's very easy to get work done. I have a language model doing the work for me. If I don't know Python, I can get the code of Python. But original thinking survives. So how to ignite that original thinking is the question that all of you have to ask yourself. I picked up this example in one of the sessions but I'm repeating it. I was called the Google generation. So why? Because we used to Google search everything. Whenever someone gives me an assignment, I do a Google search. Now, the con of it is narrows down, right? Google narrows down. So if I ask only investment-related questions, Google gives me only investment-related prompts. Google doesn't promote a wide reading, right? So if you ask, my father is not that educated, but he reads newspaper every day. So he is having a wide exposure. So when you pick up a newspaper, you tend to read something which you are not planning to read, which you might use in the future. But in Google, what happens is it narrows down in a way that eventually Google will tell you what you need, what your interesting topics are, then you get narrowed down. I believe with the GPT and the models, we have again got narrowed down because the models know you. The models know what are you going to ask. So the skill set is how to expose yourself, ensure that you have wider exposure. How do you read about different aspects? So as I told you, 13 years back, doing a valuation analysis was an edge in the financial market. Now it's not, because an AI can do it for you. Now what's the edge? An edge can be knowing the politics, right? To quote an example, everyone was behind the big Mac 7 companies over the past 2 years. Wherever you look, everyone was behind. Amazon is doing great. Netflix is doing great. Nvidia is doing great. Everyone forgot Europe. Europe was one of the most cheapest over there, who has strong systems, who created strong capital markets. AI did not pick that, right? When the new administration came in the Europe, they had a huge physical expansion plan, which pumped up a lot of money into the economy, which helped their capital markets. Now, to know this, you shouldn't be only doing valuation. You should know the politics. You should know what's the history. They got threatened because when Russia came attacking them, US did not support them. The NATO, Trump told, I'm not going to support you, right? So then it clicked them that now we have to protect our boundaries, right? A ChatGPT will not tell you this. Because ChatGPT thinks, how do you analyze a company? You do the valuation, you do the profitability, you see, do you think there's a politics behind it? Have anyone thought? So the edge over there will be wider thinking, wider exposure, because whatever was there in the market till now, it's normalized by the AI. Everyone knows it. So I think the skill is getting yourself widely exposed and getting that original thinking in you. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Nikhil. That was wonderful. So he's absolutely right. Even I like to hear from Srinath on this. When we talk about HR policies and procedures, right? There was time I used to take like 4 to 5 days to make changes in the policy and make it employee friendly. But now if I just sit on the internet, I mean on the AI piece, I'm able to do it in 2 to 3 hours. But the other part is that you definitely need that human mind and that skill to apply on what is the best suited need for the organization. One size doesn't fit all. Every organization sees what their culture is, because everybody is also talking about culture. It's about what is the policy which is suited best for them and how they can go about it. So Srinath, would you be able to give us some insights on how the policies and in terms of skill inventory has changed from an HR perspective for the newbies?
Great question, and also relevant to understand when you enter organizations, how do they welcome you, what kind of culture embraces you, and how do you need to adapt to the environment that will throw challenges at you for which you are not skilled enough yet, right? So policies define how an organization breathes, lives, and conducts its day-to-day aspects, right? So from a advent of AI, what has happened in the landscape of organization policy and practices design is also we are now able to hyper-personalize to an individual to be able to get the best out of that individual and marry policy to the individual's performing environment. Today we are able to do that, right? So that is slowly changing the landscape. And as we speak, we're also building inventories, we're building agentic bots which will understand the organization's ethos, which will understand the vision and mission and the future necessities of an organization, and structure a culture and design an organization in a manner that the policies themselves distill and drive towards the culture. Culture is nothing but the habits that I inculcate and repeat every single day. It can be good or bad, right? So, but then organizations strive to optimize that and ensure that people survive and thrive and also innovate as we speak, right? So two things stand out apart from policies and practices is for you all to embrace that world. What are the things that you should be really prepared? One, master any 3 top skills that you're really good at. Invest thousands of hours preparing for that and you be the master of it. You should get the confidence that yes, I am really good in this. It can be any skill. Don't worry about I will go redundant, AI will replace me, some bot will take over me. No, it won't. Your domain, your specialty, your skill will always guard you, right? 1. 2, ask good questions. Today the premium is on asking very, very good questions. That comes from going deeper into your subjects, going deeper into your environments, going deeper into the challenges that is thrown at you and you're facing on a day-to-day basis. It can be your traffic, it can be your space, it can be your moon, it can be your vision, it can be anything on the planet. Ensure that you are able to ask great questions, and also the third most important aspect for an individual to succeed is to find the greatest problem and try and solve it. Today, what AI has done is to democratize the gaps that existed in equity of knowledge, right? If you look at it, everybody has same access to same knowledge. Maybe platforms are different. Maybe it's throwing out garbage, it is hallucinating in some answers, but that equity is established at a higher order. So you'll need to figure out what bigger problems am I solving for today's society, for my customers, for my investors, and ultimately for myself. As long as you're asking those questions and trying and solving, the tools will come to you, tools will answer to you, tools will shape your wealth and success in the days to come by. If you stop asking questions, you are led by practices and policies that are driving you from elsewhere, right? So those are the thoughts that I want to leave it, extrapolating on the policies and practices. I hope this helps.
Thank you so much, really helps. So before we open it up for question and to the panel, there's one viewpoint I also want to hear from Rajesh's, because he's also got 2 children who are very, very entrepreneurship driving in building business, and we're just having a conversation. So what are algorithms? So earlier, the way of working was that the manager would give you a responsibility, it would be a part of your KRA, and the performance reviews would happen, and you would get assessed, and you would finish your work and go home. What's changed now? What's changed now is that the thinking cap has added, thinking has changed, people are no more doers, people are more developers, because they build the systems. They understand what the customers want. How is it that the sales and revenue is increasing is because the EBITDA is increasing, the bottom line and top line is increasing. And that's because people are able to use technology and contribute to the system. So any view from you and an advice that how is it that we can develop this modality for the upcoming generation?
Great question. Before 10 years old, when we were 10 years old, right, we used to build stuff, right? The girls used to build the kitchen, right? And the guys used to build a Lego or used to build all that. But then you started playing games, right? You started playing cricket. You're not building. Go back to building. Building has a great component of creativity that is hidden. AI, if you look at the technology landscape over the last 60, 70 years, the first technology landscape was the advent of internet. Internet appealed both the introverts and the extroverts. Introverts, I believe, is about 40% of the world's population. Extroverts, maybe about 60%. And then after the internet came the mobile technology. The mobile is again a social. Then came after that social platforms like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all meant for extroverts, right? And then came what? What came after that? After the social network? AI. Finally, you're not sleeping. Thank you so much. It suits us, AI came in, and AI is ideally posed for an introvert also. You can talk. The biggest use case in AI is role play, right? I'm going to tell my dad I want this kind of expense. How do I communicate to him? You first try it with AI. It'll talk to you, and then you go tell to your dad, right? Your interviews. The technology now has democratized even creativity to be unleashed with infinite minds, even for introverts who find high energy among when they are in their solitude, right? To answer to her question, get the build mentality, and building can start. And I have known people building stuff just by copying another software and building it. If you want to build a WhatsApp, I'm taking that because everybody understands that software very well. If you want to, you can actually build WhatsApp. You single person can build WhatsApp and AI first WhatsApp, right? So build something that your domain, like Srinath was saying, specific to your domain. Like Nigel was saying, use that edge cases, use your thinking. It'll make you think. Trust me, I love to work, so I work like 12 to 13 hours. I don't want you all to do anything about that. I love to work. But I know people who work for 5 hours and do the same job that I can do. But when I work, 85% of my time, if an AI is not with me, I can't work. And I'm in the fag end of my career, guys. You're just coming towards your career. That is how you need to collaborate with AI, because AI is like your assistant. If you have a nephew who's 5-year-old, 6-year-old, you tell him to go get a task. You give him a task of getting water, hot water for you from the gas stove. You give him 7 to 8 instructions, and then he does that for you, right? Right? That's how. And the same nephew, you can give him instruction to go tell your
brother, younger brother or elder brother to fund for your expensive abroad trip also, right? The same nephew can do it. You have to just give specific instructions to him. Think AI is that nephew of yours, right? And if you are able to know the limitations of AI, because I hate to use the word AI, it's actually LLMs, but for the general understanding, if you're able to understand the weaknesses of LLM is when you have really mastered it. And that weakness every time gets reshaped every 3 to 4 weeks. That means you have to spend abnormally unequal amount of time with AI. For building, not asking questions and getting answers. Not showing your dad's bar and asking, do the best cocktail for my friends coming up. Not for that. For building. The moment you start building, first build, second build, third build, in a year you must have done 3 to 4 softwares built, spending about 30-40 hours on each of the softwares. The 5th build, you will start seeing wealth coming to you. So get the build mentality, be a build first, AI first mentality.
That was wonderful, Rajesh. So that was great, some of the perspectives that we wanted to share with you. I would like to hear from the audience if you all have any questions for any of the panel here. I know it's the last session for the day, but any questions for all of us? Yes, please. You can pass the mic there. Okay, you can take this. You need to tell us who's the question for which panel. It worked. Anyway, go ahead. What's your name?
Good afternoon, panelists. I'm Pratik. So my question is for all of you. So in the recent times, we hear of 2 major trends and 2 major revolutions happening. One is the AI revolution and the other one is quantum mechanics and quantum computing, as Rajesh sir mentioned. So how are these 2 trends interrelated and how can they be used together?
Rajesh will pick that up. Quantum.
Last week, my eldest son, he's 16 years old, he's homeschooled. He comes and said, Dad, I want you to invest in a 5 lakh rupees worth of computer. I said, why? He said, I want to learn CUDA, I want to run some quantum algorithms, and I want to build an SLM. And I need this computer, only can do it. Now, if he had come and said, I need it for gaming, you know what would have happened, right? Even though gaming makes people generate wealth, right? So your question is, how are they connected?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So today, what you saw in the AI world in 2014 is just starting in quantum. Now, quantum has 4 stages, and there is a global fight for the minerals to acquire them, also the human mind to acquire them, right? You have quantum computing. Quantum computing is still nascent. You have quantum sensing. Quantum sensing is like a dog nose. It can smell anything, but the dog nose can smell only organic. It can't smell gold. It can't smell silver. Then you have quantum communications, and you have quantum materials. Quantum materials and quantum sensing, the Europeans are at least about 70 to 80 years ahead of us, right? In terms of quantum computing, they are about 40 years. But quantum communications, India has a stay. And we could be also writing the protocols between quantum computing and quantum communications. In the next 10 to 12 years, you would see quantum becoming the conversation like how AI is becoming the conversation now. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
Good afternoon, panelists. I am Leander. And my question again revolves around Rajesh sir's talk, where he mentioned that AI has a lot of potential for growth. So recent trends, there's been a social media account for AI, it's called as Moldbook. And there's been a lot of controversy because it kept posting slavery for humans and trying really controversial topics about their owners. So the most easiest thing was to limit access of these AIs. So do you think these restrictions or hurdles to these AIs would lead them to not reach their full potential in the future?
Good question. I think, two bots talking to each other and going sentient. Restrictions, I wouldn't call it restrictions. Guardrails are always essential because otherwise you would wander. If you're let alone in a forest, you wouldn't know which direction to follow. So it is always good to have a compass in hand, right? Same applies to technology, same applies to tools, same applies to AI as technology, because these are large processing capability and it can go haywire if you're not putting a guardrail there, right? So at certain stage, again, it comes back to this fundamental question of what am I trying to solve in this world? What am I using that bot or that technology for? How is it going to solve my problem? Ultimately, bots are not going to lead a life. Humans are going to lead a life, a better life. How are you engaging that society to lead better, to do better, and live happily? So societal problems are to be solved using the tools, and that is fundamental and foundational. So using any technology that comes and goes, right? AI is another 5 years or 6 years down the quantum line, right? So after that, the quantum will start speaking, right? And also AI explosion is, we would have heard the ability of a chip to process on a single dimension, right? Intel had that, it had a classic formula where at a certain years, it would collapse and you could not better that, number of chips or transistors that you can place on a single chip. Then AI came and GPUs came. So quantum will also come by. Only foundational thing is, as humans, we need to always go back and reflect upon what is it that I can do to the society? What is it that I can do to do better things? What is it that is a problem in my generation? What can I solve today? What can I solve tomorrow? What can I solve now? That foundational question, foundational pivot is very essential for society today. You will get better tools, you will get better technologies, you will get faster knowledge. All those is given. Guardrails will help you to keep your focus there and ensure that you go. It's like the horse's eyes, right? It's covered to just focus on the direction that it's meant to go. It's just that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. If we have any more questions, if not, we take pride and delight in delivering this panel discussion to all of you. And thanks to the college and the team for having us over.
Thank you, panelists, for that wonderful discussion on the future of work and how it would look like down the lane. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Rajiv Narona, the Dean of SJIM, to felicitate Ms. Gargi Verma, followed by Mr. Nikhilanto. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Deepika Joshi, Associate Professor, to felicitate Mr. Rajesh Bernard and Mr. Srinath Gururaja Rao. Thank you, ma'am. I request the panelists to take your seats among the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you. As we conclude the first day of this international conference, I extend our heartfelt thanks to the speakers, the panelists for their enriching contributions, and to all the attendees for making it an engaging and fruitful day of discourse. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, sharp at 9:30 in Loyal Auditorium for the keynote address by Professor Dr. David Bauman, Regis University, Denver, USA. We will also witness 48 papers being presented under 7 research tracks in hybrid mode. Thank you, one and all, and have a pleasant evening. I request the students to rise as the dignitaries exit the auditorium. Also requesting the students to be seated in your places later on for further instructions.